you can hear everything?
Like, I can hear you guys and I can hear the station. And so either we can stay on the phone and we can literally go, okay, they need to start talking, and then you unmute their microphones. Or, you know, the text speed compass. I'll text you how much time is left in commercials or stuff like that.
Okay. Let's just try one more thing. On this list here, I'm just trying the audio source one more time. It's microphone USB.
Yes.
The sun's gone down since you got gone. I bet you think I'm still sitting here alone, all tore up like a whiskey label, staring at the key that you left on the table. Hate to tell you, baby, but you got it wrong. I ain't missing you like crazy. You've been better company lately. I'm doing alright for the shape I'm in, sitting by the fire with some damn good friends. Girl, you on my left, Jack on my right, throwing that smoke on a Friday night. Well, I'm turned up on the JBL. Girl, you probably think I'm going through hell, but I don't care if you never come back, 'cause who needs you? And I got friends like that. About this time you and I be tangled up. Yeah, but that's alright, this fire's been keeping me warm enough. Holding on to you, girl, who needs that? I got a wide knuckle grip on a whiskey glass. When it gets down to ice, I just fill it back up. On my own, girl, I might lose it, but I got buzz to get me through it. I'm doing alright for the shape I'm in, sitting by the fire with some damn good friends. Willie on my left, Jack on my right, blowing that smoke on a Friday night. Well, I'm turned up on the JBL. Girl, you probably think I'm going through hell, but I don't care if you never come back, 'cause who needs you? But I got friends like that. Yeah, I got friends like that. Yeah, telling me I don't need you no more. This kind of thing is what friends are for. Willie on my left, Jack on my right, blowing that smoke on a Friday night. Doing alright for the shape I'm in, sitting by the fire with some damn good friends. Willie on my left, Jack on my right, throwing that smoke on a Friday night. Well, I'm turned up on the JBL. Girl, you probably think I'm going through hell, but I don't care if you never come back, 'cause who needs you? And I got friends like that. Yeah, girl, I got friends like that. Yeah, I got friends like that.
This is the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Huntsville, 101.7 KSAM. Sting 'em Hornets.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and
Welcome
welcome
to
into
the
the
Huntsville
Hornet
Hornets
Nation
High School
Broadcast
Football
Network,
pregame
live
show.
here from
Sponsored
Brenham,
by
Texas, where
Charlie's
tonight
Used Cars.
your
We're just
Huntsville
moments
Hornets
away from
kickoff at
But first,
2025
here's Carlos Zimmerman,
Texas high school
Brian
football
Adams,
season
and Emma Sims.
on KSAM Sports Radio. Hello, everybody. My name is Dave Fanucci. I am your play-by-play man here for tonight. Happy to be joined by Jordan Smith here momentarily, who will be with us for the broadcast. And we are excited and fired up to bring you Huntsville Hornet football for the 2025 season. The Hornets come in on the road here to open the season this year at the Brenham Cubs. And we're over here on the road at Brenham, historic Cubs Stadium, to kick off this 2025 season. And I'm welcomed and joined by Jordan Smith, who is with us here tonight to provide some color commentary. Jordan, are you excited kicking off the year?
Hey, there's nothing better than Friday Night Lights. So what a great spot to be in. Like you said, the historic Cubs Stadium, and just a great game overall, and a close matchup, too, with just that hour or so proximity between the two teams.
Exactly, yeah. What a matchup we have here for you tonight to kick off the season. One of the higher-profile 5A games, you could argue, Jordan, across the state, with Huntsville coming in with a preseason top 10 ranking on Dave Campbell's rankings coming into the year, and Brenham as well in the top 25 amongst the 5A teams. Both teams will go over it here momentarily, but let's start with the Hornets and our home team here tonight. They come over on the road, of course, with their star running back, Trayshawn Brown, and they're going to kick things off here tonight.
Yeah, Trayshawn Brown had a lot of good looks last season, and it was really a big catalyst in that playoff run that Huntsville was able to really try to get through, and really some good wins last season. But obviously the main storyline, the new coaching staff, the new athletic director, the new head coach, it's going to be a good test here tonight to see how he can fare in this road game to kick off the season.
Absolutely. Let's talk first, like you mentioned. Hey, brand new head coach. Comes over from, where was it? It was, we'll get to it in a moment, but he came from, we'll remember it, but Coach Mobes comes over and takes over tonight here for the first time. Going to kick things off with his style of football, and we'll see what they do with quarterback Zay Adolph. We'll see what Coach Mobes has, and he has his son playing on the defensive side of the ball as well. So lots of changes for the Hornets, and they are going to be fun to watch here this evening as they take on this Brenham Cub team that we'll get into in a moment here, though. So as we get going here on the pregame show, want to mention that it's brought to you by Charlie's Used Cars, the pregame Hornet Insider. Charlie's Used Cars. This is the Used Cars pregame show. Coming up next is the Hornet Insider with head coach Todd Mobes, brought to you by Charlie's Used Cars. We'll be back in a moment right here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network.
Tim Rushing here with Charlie's Used Cars. If you have not been by to see the great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles we have in stock, do yourself a favor and come see us at 230 I-45 South in Huntsville. Charlie's Used Cars is a family-owned and operated business serving the auto needs for 52 years with superior customer service. Besides quality vehicles, Charlie's also has a service center where we can help with your auto repair needs, routine service, and don't forget about your vehicle's AC system. Come by and see us or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com. Charlie's Used Cars, 230 I-45 South in Huntsville.
Time for the Hornet Insider with head coach Todd Mabus. Brought to you by Charlie's Used Cars.
You know, game one, week one, up on deck. Just kind of what are you looking to take away from this one against the Brenham squad on the road?
I mean, we just need to go be the best version of ourselves on Friday. You know, I think that our team has, progressed and we've gotten better. Each practice, I know I've said it many times to a lot of folks, but I mean, we've only been doing this collectively out on a football field less than 30 times. So, and that's less than 30 times on brand new schemes and terminologies. I mean, everything, So, I mean, each team is different, each year that you have them, but, everything's new here. And so, I think that our players are, executing at a very good level right now, and we've got to be focused on that execution against a very good Brenham team.
You've talked a lot about the speed matchup between these two teams, Brenham with a lot of speed, your squad with a lot of speed. What's it going to take on your side of the ball on offense and defense to be able to combat what they throw against you speed-wise?
I mean, when you talk about speed of the game and everything else, I think it goes right into that you got to understand and respect that the margin for error is very small. If you don't have as much speed, then maybe you don't get there as quick or as fast. When you do have a lot of speed, those windows close really fast. The angles get tighter, and then again, the margin for error is very, very small. So, we got to do a great job, offensively of being able to stretch the field. I mean, that's going to be really, really important. We just got to play within our strengths. make sure we got to expand space on the line of scrimmage so that margin of error is on our side and not theirs. And, we got to be disciplined ball carriers and run north and south. I mean, you play at this level, everybody can run. You're not going to outrun anybody at the sideline. People are coached, well, and players understand angles and everything else. I mean, it's a north and south game. It always has been. So, offensively, we got to keep it north and south. Defensively, just the opposite deal. I mean, we've got to make sure and keep them in front of us. You got to be able to, limit explosive plays. We've got to do a great job of, the adverse thing of it is eliminating the north and south game. We've got to get them being able to run sideline to sideline, and we got to take great angles and play great team defense, to be able to get them down. So, and all of those present a lot of challenges when you're playing a top 3 5A Division II football team.
From a defensive standpoint, we kind of talked about it earlier, but, you don't really know what Brenham's going to throw out there. So what would you what do you kind of want to see out of this defense? Like you mentioned, only 30 practices and, going against with, ultimately a curveball in this offense.
It's just poise, we've got to be confident and trust our training, I want to believe, and I think our guys have shown that they have done it, when you get out and the lights get on, things can adjust, and we don't need to let it adjust. We need to make sure that we're, doing what we're coached to do, playing within ourselves, making sure that the scheme is being able to operate where all 11 guys are working, in cohesion. So we can't get caught up in, the lights and the emotions of the game or whatever else. You got to be able to get back to neutral and do your job.
Full circle moment for Trayshawn, as Colton put out in an article this week. Started his varsity career against Brenham, and now he gets to start his senior year against them. Just having him in that backfield, I know this may sound like a dumb question, what does it mean for you to just have such an elite talent there leading your running game?
Trayshawn is one of the best running backs that I've ever been around. I've been in and seen, played against, whatever, coached against, had on our team in, 23 years I've been doing this. You're fortunate enough to be able to have, as a coach, guys with that type of physical talent, every once in a while. What makes him different to me is just his it factor. He is a selfless person. The how he blocks. That's what makes him different. What he's willing to do and throw his body around for his teammates. There was a play the other night to where, the ball carrier was actually in front of him, and he had every right to just stand there and kind of have a great seat and watch it. And you know what? In a lot of cases, a coach probably wouldn't even have addressed it. But he stuck his foot in the ground and absolutely just accelerated as fast as I've ever seen him accelerate when the ball was even in his hands. And to go get in front of that ball carrier to try to help block somebody, that's what separates him. There's great talented kids all over the state. Brenham has got a bunch of them, and they've got some great backs, and we're going to play some great backs all year long. But you're talking about Trayshawn Brown and what separates him, it's that.
From an offensive standpoint, last year it felt like, there was a lot of run left, run right. What do you kind of want to see or expect from this offense this year, kind of being able to open things up a little bit?
Again, it's a new offensive identity too. Our job as coaches on either side of the ball, and especially offensively, is to be able to maximize our offense. And we're fortunate and blessed and have grown to trust and have repped as many times as we can rep in 30 practices. Being able to spread the ball around and get in a lot of people's hands. I think in the scrimmage the other night, we've got about 6 or 7 receivers that are playing, which would include our tight ends, and I think all of them had a catch but one. And the one that didn't have a catch had some balls, but they weren't delivered great. He made great efforts to try to do it, but didn't. So, I think in today's offenses, you're able to keep a defense off balance, you have, potential threats that are not only in the backfield, but also on the outside as well. And so I think we've got, a great trigger puller that is becoming to be more decisive on what he needs to do. And he can also make some plays with his feet too. So, I think, offensively, we can present some problems, to a defense. I know I've been facing them for 30 practices. I know what issues they can cause, but, again, we got to execute, so, we got to make great decisions.
You alluded to it right there with Zay. This is going to be his first full season as the starting quarterback. Just what's his confidence been like through the spring and the summer, and just how to aid him going into this matchup with Brenham?
I think his confidence is great. And I think, again, what makes Zay special is, he's pretty neutral all the time, a guy that has, already had, before he even began the 10th grade, some interests at Division I level, started the last 4 games at quarterback. Obviously, even prior, before he was starting quarterback the last 4 games in the 24 season, was having a great varsity campaign as a freshman running back, so and you would think all of that would the result would be somebody that thinks that he's bigger than the game or not. That's not Zay Adolph. If anybody says that, they don't know him. He's an extremely hard worker. He does everything he can to be able to spend time to study the game. He's invested in what we're doing offensively, and he's carrying that experience with him into this week. And you can see when you're out there and you look at him like, well, that guy's just a 10th grader, but he carries himself like he's a 3 or 4 year starter. And that's it's not arrogance or anything else. It's just a confident poise in what we're doing, because again, he's invested time and everything else with our staff of being able to learn what he's doing. So the experience is the big piece. He's was fortunate to have been there and done that, and played some top teams in the state of Texas while he was doing it.
This has been the Hornet Insider with head coach Todd Mavis, sponsored by Charlie's Used Cars on 101.7 KSAM, your hometown station.
Tim Rushing here with Charlie's Used Cars. If you have not been by to see the great selection of quality pre-owned vehicles we have in stock, do yourself a favor and come see us at 230 I-45 South in Huntsville. Charlie's Used Cars is a family-owned and operated business serving the auto needs for 52 years with superior customer service. Besides quality vehicles, Charlie's also has a service center where we can help with your auto repair needs, routine service, and don't forget about your vehicle's AC system. Come by and see us or visit us online at charliesusedcars.com. Charlie's Used Cars, 230 I-45 South in Huntsville.
And we welcome you back into the press box here at historic Cub Stadium here in Brenham, Texas here tonight, where we've got the kickoff of the 2025 Texas high school football season here for you with the Huntsville Hornets. Dave Fanucci along with Jordan Smith here tonight. Excited to have you with us here as we continue on the pregame show here. And Jordan, kind of skipped my mind at the beginning, but let's get back to what Coach Mavis was saying on the pregame show here. We just heard it, but he comes over in his first season. It's kind of skipped my mind initially, but he's from Lockhart High School, comes over, now the first-year head coach here at Huntsville. Talk about the kind of shoes and the expectations he's filling into.
Well, when you really look at it, one main thing that stands out is the community impact that he is assuming with Huntsville. The city of Huntsville, they love their green and white. They love their Hornets. So it's really a big responsibility, not just on the field, but off the field as well, to really keep up that community, interaction and that community type feel with these teams. And there's a lot of excitement about just this season in general, because they haven't had this situation in almost 2 decades, if not more. So it's a whole different ballpark for a lot of folks in the Huntsville area to see what a new head coach looks like at the high school level. And, of course, you don't see that without the sustained success that is made from the former head coach and athletic director, Rodney Southern. A tremendous job that he did with the program, and now it's Mavis's turn to really keep that going and elevate it more.
Absolutely. What a great situation he inherits, like you said, from Coach Southern. Coach Mavis comes over from Lockhart High School, another 5A program. He brings his son with him, and his son is going to be a starter on the defensive side of the ball. We'll get to the starting lineups in a moment. But Caden is a safety for Coach. And actually, I heard he was an offensive player last year for Lockhart at the quarterback position. So a pretty athletic kid. And we'll continue talking about here what the Hornets have on offense and defense as we continue here talking, pregame show with the starting lineups coming up here in a moment. But let's also talk a little bit about the opponent here tonight and the Brenham Cubs. And the Brenham team, their big story right now, Jordan, is they had a high level and, in fact, a preseason offensive MVP candidate for District 10 5A in Jacoby Dixon, who is now no longer with the team. Left the team a couple of weeks ago, actually. Saw it on Twitter. He's not with the club when they're opening up the rosters here, and he is actually one of the top running backs in District 10 5A, according to Dave Campbell's magazine. He was going to be a candidate to be this district MVP, but he's not out there tonight. We'll get the starting lineups here, but it's C.J. Glover that's going to step in as a running back for Brenham here tonight.
Yeah, and part of that is now an adjustment for Huntsville, too, because 2 weeks ago, you're like, okay, this is who we're facing, and then all of a sudden, news starts going around, as it does within the football community. Hey, he's gone. Who are we going against in that backfield now? So it also creates a little problem, if you will, for Huntsville defensively to figure out, okay, all the 3 months or whatever we've been prepping now, that's all gone and out the window.
Yep.
So now that's a whole other situation you got to figure out, okay, who's this new guy? What does he have? Is there any film in existence of this guy? And what can we do to stop him? That will be a big test, and I'm interested to see how much of the offensive game is used through the ground from this Brenham Cub squad, partly because of that. And also, they're trying to feel out this guy in a game situation as well.
Yeah, and it was going to be like the star matchup of running backs here tonight. It was going to be Dixon versus Brown, but now it's Brown versus sort of a little bit, like you said, an unknown. We continue here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports on the pregame show here. Dave Fanucci and Jordan Smith will continue here momentarily, coming right back from historic Cubs Stadium in Brenham, Texas.
This is Kevin with Beckham & Jones. Don't let the heat and humidity of the Texas summer make your utility bill skyrocket. Get rid of that old, inefficient air conditioning system and let us help you stay cool with a new high-efficiency Carrier air conditioning system so you will stay comfortable in your home without the worry of high utility bills. Call 936-295-9173 today for Carrier peace of mind and for information about our filtration and air purification solutions for allergies. Your neighbor since 1946. Now that's Beckham & Jones.
License number 26079C.
Avila's Luxury Barbershop in Huntsville is family-owned. They offer a premium grooming experience, specializing in men's, women's, and children's haircuts. They ensure impeccable styles for every customer, whether you desire a classic cut, a stylish fade, or a meticulous hot towel shave. Avila's Luxury Barbershop transcends the ordinary to create an unparalleled sanctuary of relaxation and rejuvenation. Open Monday through Friday, 9 to 7, and Saturdays, 9 to 5 at 168 Colonel Etheridge Boulevard.
This is Nolan Ryan. Everyone has an area of expertise. Mine just happened to be a fastball. The good folks at American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning are the pros to trust when it comes to home comfort. Their independent network of AC dealers are top-notch. They get the job done right. Find your independent American Standard dealer at AmericanStandardAir.com. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. You can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, State Farm agent Diana K. Barnes, right here in Huntsville, can switch you over so you can start saving today. Diana and her team are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. Just give her a call. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm Jerry Larson at Reliable Auto Parts, your auto parts plus store in Huntsville, Texas, having great products, excellent quality, and outstanding prices. This is what you can expect from Reliable Parts, where you can purchase all your car care products, maintenance supplies, and auto parts. Our services and in-house store offerings are designed to keep your vehicle and motorized machine in proper working condition. Reliable Parts, your auto parts store, 1011 11th Street, Huntsville, 295-5747.
Exceeding all expectations for 3 generations. You can call us day or night. McWilliams, we're the ones you trust. So count on us to come out and fix things right. When your plumbing is slow or your AC goes, we've got the best service round by far. Visit callmcwilliams.com. McWilliams, we're not comfortable until you are.
And welcome back into the press box here at historic Cub Stadium in Brenham, Texas. Dave Fanucci along with Jordan Smith here on the Charlie's Used Cars pregame show here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports. And we get into tonight's kickoff and weather report, Jordan. We'll get to a starting lineup here in the morning. What do we have for the Nelson Propane countdown to kickoff weather report?
So far tonight we got 81 degrees. Quite a bit of humidity in the air. Of course, storms were rolling in earlier. I think could potentially be more coming into the area, so that's something to think about and watch for tonight. But 87% humidity. Currently set to have 50% chance of rain. This was supposed to be rain all weekend long as well. So again, something to kind of think about with mostly cloudy skies. But still not too hot. It's just the humidity that makes it feel horrible.
Yeah, it is. As I came into the stadium, the bleachers are all wet. It did rain here earlier, but nothing at all happening right now. They're having the Brenham senior night here, festivities over there on the other side of the field. We're on the opposite side, of course. It's a turf field here. This is not a grass stadium, so we're fine there. There's no mud or anything like that, but it's a really nice Brenham Cub Stadium field here. So, the brand new turf, Jordan, no issues there with the footing or anything like that as far as the weather is concerned. But like you said, a little bit of humidity. Could rain here mid-game, but right now clear skies and a little bit of a little cloudy, but nothing coming down rain-wise. So that's your Nelson Propane weather report here as we have about 17 minutes on the clock here at the stadium as they continue with senior night festivities over there on the opposite side of the field, and the Hornets side starting to fill up here, Jordan, as the parents and fans of Huntsville arrive here in Brenham, make the little trip over. What is it, about an hour?
Yeah, about an hour difference maybe, basically just hopping on Highway 30 and then going a little bit south. That's about it.
Yeah. So, a couple of teams here that play, they play in this non-district contest every now and then up against one another, and probably, have done this numerous times. And maybe Brenham has been over to Huntsville as well in the early part of the year. Now that they're not in the same district, so they use this opportunity. This first game of the year, coaches are always. The non-district game, they're always looking at it as sort of an experimental thing.
Right.
Hey, man, I got to find out what do I have?
Right.
What do I have? It's not life and death if you lose tonight.
Right.
You're more concerned about your district record. That's how you get into the postseason. This is a game where you go out there, you see what you have, and if you win the game, great. If you don't, it's not life or death. But you really want to know, what do I have? Who can do what? And what can I do? And especially, Jordan, on the secondary side of things. If you know who your starters are, and the coaches are putting their starters out there, they kind of know that. But then what do I have behind these guys? That's where they're really going to find out some stuff tonight.
Absolutely. And when you take a look at those schedules, the interesting thing about Brenham, because of how small their district is, they only have 5 district games. So they have 5 non-district One of them against Bryan, the other local foe, a huge game in the area. Sterling, Colleen, Gilmer as well, and then, of course, Huntsville tonight. And then you look at Huntsville's Brenham, Bryan, Cedar Park, and then you've got the loaded district that they have to face with PNG, Montgomery, Dayton, Lake Creek, just a bevy of punch power in the district, if you will. So really, it's going to be a lot more of a, okay, let's fix this quickly, even though it is the first game for Huntsville, than it will be for Brenham. But still, you're going to see a lot of intensity, a lot of different packages potentially from both sides, and a lot of different looks to see, like you said, what do I have, what works, and what can be something we continue on with the rest of the season? What do we throw out of the playbook immediately?
Yeah. Exciting time here as we open and kick off the Texas high school football season right here on the Charlie's Used Cars pregame show here on the Hornets Nation Broadcast Network.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. Ranked #1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider, our independence affords us the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suits our clients' specific needs. TWFG offers personal and commercial, life, health, and flood insurance. Call Waylon Moore at 936-293-8121 or drop by 1212 10th Street in Huntsville, Texas. At TWFG and More Insurance, our policy is caring.
Exceeding all expectations for 3 generations. You can call us day or night. McWilliams, we're the ones you trust. So count on us to come out and fix things right. When your plumbing is slow or your AC goes, we've got the best service round by far. Visit callmcwilliams.com. McWilliams, we're not comfortable until you are.
If you're looking to buy that new car or renovate your home, maybe you need a personal loan for that, or any other reason, you will find Walker County Federal Credit Union ready to help. With competitive rates and a team that knows what it means to serve our hometown, they make the loan process easy and personal. See them at 1802 Normal Park Drive or do a quick application online at walkercountyfcu.com. Make your financial goals a reality right where you belong. Walker County Federal Credit Union, member NCUA.
This is Kevin with Beckham & Jones Heating and Air Conditioning. It never fails. Hottest week of the year and the AC goes out and you don't have any money available to have it replaced. Well, call Beckham & Jones at 936-295-9173 and I will come out, give you a free quote to replace that old AC with a new carrier system and help you apply for financing so you can get that new AC with affordable monthly payments. Free quotes, financing, and affordable monthly payments. Now that's Beckham & Jones.
License number 26079C.
Growing your business is challenging. Do what successful Walker County businesses do. Advertise on the radio. Hello, this is Tim Johnson, General Manager of the station. Radio is an efficient way to reach hardworking residents in need of your services. Just listen and you'll hear hundreds of local businesses growing every day. Let's get you started. Send an email to info@hehradio.com. We make it easy to grow your bottom line. That's info@hehradio.com.
Exceeding all expectations for 3 generations. You can call us day or night. McWilliams, we're the ones you trust. So count on us to come out and fix things right. When your plumbing is slow or your AC goes, we've got the best service round by far. Visit callmcwilliams.com. McWilliams, we're not comfortable until you are.
And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. We continue on the Charlie's Used Cars pregame show. Dave Fanucci, Jordan Smith here with you tonight at Cub Stadium in Brenham, Texas, for the Hornets kicking off the 2025 football season. We get to the Nelson Propane Hornet starting lineups. We'll give you those here right now. It is the Nelson Propane Hornet starting lineup. This is what Coach Mabus is going to go with here. He gave us the depth chart, and we'll go over that lineup here, starting with the offense first. For your Huntsville Hornets, opening night, first game of the season for the Hornets. On the offense, it'll be starting with this group of players. At left tackle be number 50, Trey Williams, the senior left tackle, number 50. At left guard, the senior number 61, Caleb Cruz. At center, it'll be the senior number 75, Lasallo Moreno. Moreno at center. At the right guard, a sophomore starting, number 62, Ian Johnson at right guard. Johnson at right guard. And at right tackle, a senior, number 65, Eli Cruz. So a very senior-laden offensive line. 4 seniors, 1 sophomore. That bodes well for running back Trayshawn Brown with that senior-laden group opening up holes for him tonight on the offensive line. In the skill positions, at wide receiver, number 84, C.J. Rogers. He's a senior. At in the other wide receiver, number 81, K.J. Betts. He's a sophomore. So Rogers and Betts are the wideouts. And the slot, it'll be senior number 3, Marcus Lewis, and number 7, junior Landon Fisher, who will also get some time in the slot. So Lewis and Fisher in the slot. And, of course, at quarterback, number 9, a sophomore, Zay Adolph, 6 foot, 230 pounds. The sophomore QB, Zay Adolph, number 9 for your Huntsville Hornets, running things at point at the quarterback position. Next to him will be the star of the team, the player that people are keeping an eye on, number 5, Trayshawn Brown. He is the senior, 5'9", 185. He is the starting running back. One other position at tight end, a senior, Jarius Singletary, 6'4", 240. Number 28, Singletary, starts at the tight end position. So that is your starting offense for your Huntsville Hornets here tonight. The captains of this team, named by Coach Mabus, before we get to the defense, are Brown, Jaden Bradford, Trey Scott III, and Trey Williams. They've been named the 4 captains. And so those guys have the C on their jersey. And as we continue here on the Nelson Propane Hornets starting lineup, we will shift over to the defensive side of the ball. And on the defense, we'll give you this starting lineup for Coach Mabus. Here's what he's putting out there today in game number 1. Jordan, you want to do the starting defense for us here this evening?
Absolutely. So we'll start with the back side. We'll start with the back line, the secondary, if you will, as most people call it, for the Huntsville Hornets. David Brown, the senior corner, as well Trey Scott III. The other senior corner are the 2 out wide. And then, of course, you have the 2 safeties up the middle, Brent Carroll and Caden Mobies, I should say. They are the 2 safeties. And then, of course, with that 3-4 defense, you've got the 4 linebackers, the 2 outside, Caleb Franklin, the senior, Jabari Washington, the senior, and then the 2 inside linebackers, Sam Cleveland and Wesley Heineman, the junior. And then, of course, the defensive line, the 2 tackles, Fred Oladele and Jaden Bradford, and then the nose tackle and Isaiah Lewis. That being your defensive starters for the Huntsville Hornets. Once again, brought to you by Nelson Propane in Huntsville.
We're moments away from the national anthem here. 6 minutes to go. And just real quickly, the specialists for the starters here tonight. The snapper will be Chad Lewis. The kicker is Caleb Kulak. The punter is Kulak as well. And the holder on special teams will be Marcus Lewis. We'll be right back on the Broadcast Hornet Radio Network.
For over 40 years, Nelson Propane Gas has fueled the success of business and homes across East Texas. Restaurants, warehouses, farms, manufacturers, and homeowners get reliable propane solutions that keep them running strong. Our local team understands the unique needs of commercial and residential customers, and we back every delivery with dependable
Go get one, go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The following is a Hornet Nation broadcast network powered by KSAM Sports Broadcast. It's Friday night in Hornets country. This is Huntsville Hornets High School football. Proudly brought to you by Charlie's Used Cars, Heritage Oak Funeral Home, Amaya's Collision, Diana K. Barnes State Farm, Northside Baptist Church, AB Squared Self-Storage, Murray Insurance and Financial Services, Moak and Moak Attorneys at Law, MRC Creekside, Hartfield Florist, Nelson Amaya's Collision, University Heights Baptist Church, Advantage Specialties, Wiesner of Huntsville, Avila's Luxury Barbershop, Bill Fick Ford, Beckham & Jones Heating and Air Conditioning, Danny Doherty State Farm, Huntsville Independent School District, McWilliams & Sons Heating, Cooling and Plumbing, Mid-South Fiber Internet, Reliable Auto Parts, The Woodlands Financial Group, and Walker County Federal Credit Union. Now, live from the Frank's Taco Stand broadcast booth, here's Carlos Zimmerman, Brian Adams, and Emma Sims.
And back into the booth here. Actually, tonight we've got our crew tonight as Dave Fanucci, myself, and Jordan Smith. Carlos and Brian, of course, with the Sam Houston State football team tonight down in Houston against UNLV. Is that correct, Jordan?
That is correct.
So, double broadcast here tonight, but it's a opening night game between Huntsville and Brenham here, as the teams have, well, the Cubs have taken the field, but the Hornets are moments away from coming out of their tunnel with their flags and ready to go here on as we continue on countdown to kickoff. Keys to victory here tonight. Jordan, what are your keys to victory here as we prep in season game number 1?
You know, especially for the younger guys, you want to come out, you want to make a good impression for your coaching staff, especially because as we were going through the depth chart and we're going through the starters, especially on the defensive side, there is not a single underclassman, right?
Yeah.
So when you get to your second line of defense, especially on the offensive side, where you do see a couple more underclassmen, you want to make a good impact as quickly as possible, but you also don't want to play too fast. You see it all the time with the young guys trying to say, I need to make it big, I need to do something big, I need to get the coach's eyes on me. You're already on the 2D. You don't really need to overdo what you did to get to that point. Just play your style of game, and everything else will take care of itself. Then really also manage expectations as a player with the sense of not every play is going to go correctly in the first game. Not every drive is going to go correctly. You have to expect that. If you were perfect, you would be the Miami Dolphins who went undefeated and is still the only undefeated team in NFL history. That's not the case. That's not going to happen. That or you're Kyler Murray with Allen. But the point being, make sure that you just do your job.
Manage the expectations.
Manage the expectations, do your job, and trust your teammates to also do what they're supposed to do to get you that win.
And I think a lot of, what's also big in my mind, Jordan, for these players is, 9 months of practice to get to tonight, or generate, build the build up to tonight. And now you're finally in your uniform, you're in your pads, you're out there for a game that counts, and the butterflies. It's game 1.
Right.
So you're bound to see a little shakiness. I did a game last night. There were some mistakes in the first quarter, both sides. So you're bound to see some shaky plays on both sides. The teams are feeling things out, and the players are amped up and managing themselves and their emotions out there for game number 1, wanting to do so much, wanting to prove so much, wanting to have a great game. And you got to pace yourself. It's 4 quarters.
Right.
So you got to get rolling in the first quarter and then settle into the game. We're here moments away from kickoff. On the coin flip, Jordan, what do we have? Looks like.
Not exactly sure. Unfortunately, we don't have
our
ref hooked up on the mic, but it looks like that Huntsville, if you're looking at from our vantage point, we're opposite from the main press box. So if you're looking from our vantage point, they are going left to right across your radio dials in this first half. If you're looking from the main press box, it's the other way around as we get ready for the national anthem.
Yeah, and we finish up the pregame show here tonight and the countdown to kickoff. Moments from the colors and the national anthem here at Cub Stadium in Brenham, Texas. Moments away from kickoff here in Brenham, Texas. Dave Fanucci, Jordan Smith here with you on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports. The colors are marching off the field right now. The Hornets, let's set the stage for you here tonight. They come over on the road in their all-white uniforms, white jersey tops, Jordan. The white helmets with the H logo in the center. Sharp look for the road team here tonight in all white with green. This is a game that contrasts the greens, the white and green of the Hornets against the green and white of the Brenham Cubs. That's the same colors of the other side of the field. They're a different shade of green, but they're in all green pants, all green jerseys with white numbers and green helmets. So it's a contrast, the exact opposite of colors and uniforms here tonight.
I was going to say, don't get the greens confused. Huntsville is that deep forest green representing that East Texas piney woods. And Brenham, of course, they kind of, I call it a mix between North Texas and Kelly Green, if you will, with a little more North Texas inspiration.
It does. It looks like
that
the mean
hint
green.
of Kelly Green. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what I liken it to. And you can really see it as we look the opposite way. The home stands, obviously, the full parking lot. People still filing in here to Cub Stadium, just the highlighter green, if you will, on that side. Of course, the Huntsville fans still filing in as well. Close road game. We mentioned it a couple times already, and really is going to be a good crowd and a great atmosphere here for some Friday Night Lights in 2025.
Welcome back into the broadcast booth, and if you're tuning in at home here tonight in Huntsville or across the nation as well, online on our KSAM Sports app or even on our YouTube channel, welcome. We're excited for Texas high school football, moments away from Friday Night Lights, folks, and it's going to be the Hornets kicking off. Brenham, the home team, will be receiving here tonight, and it is the Hornets back to receive the football. Number 8 is back there for Brenham, and the football season is underway for the Hornets. The kick goes right side through the back of the end zone, untouched, and the Cubs will start at the 25. So we're underway here from historic Cubs Stadium in Brenham, Texas. The Cubs will have the football first. They're led by their quarterback, Hudson Hartstack. Hartstack, number 15, is the QB. Next to him is the running back, C.J. Glover, and he throws the ball around to 3 wide receivers and an H-back as well. And the Brenham Cub offense takes the field for the first time here in the season. The Hornets on D tonight. They're lined up, ready to go, and we're off on the first play of the game here from Hartstack. He's going to look to his left, fake it, throws over the middle, has a receiver there, hits him in the leg. Incomplete to number 2, Tristan Shugart.
Yeah, again, that was a throw that was just a little low on the pass there from the quarterback. And you can't really do much with that, especially when it kind of goes right about mid-shin to the ankles, if even. Just got to, again, early jitters, you're going to see that in the first game. You're going to see some off throws. You got to get those out first, and then the rest, we'll see how it goes.
2 wide receivers to the right. Hartstack going to hand it off to his runner, but that's the line right there for the Hornets to make the stop. Right away for Cleveland, who makes the tackle in the middle of the line for no gain whatsoever, and it'll be 3rd and 10 here for the Cubs. Right away, Cleveland makes his first tackle of the season, right in the middle of the stack.
A great stop there, getting through the line very quickly and getting the big tackle for loss to make it not a 3rd and manageable for Brenham.
It's Glover to the left of Hartstack on 3rd and 10 here for the Cubs. He's back to pass, looking to throw, has some time, going to step to his right, and now he's going to take off, but he throws on the run, and was it caught? It looked to be incomplete, 3 and out. It is the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth here from Brenham, Texas, and it's a 3 and out, Jordan.
Caleb Franklin on the coverage there, the outside linebacker. Good job of locking up that slot receiver, and Chris Guidry, the senior wideout for Brenham, and a very, very good defensive 3 and out to start without allowing a single first down in this opening drive of the season.
Absolutely perfect. No yards allowed. Zelenka back to punt for Brenham, and he gets a wobbler off across the middle of the field. It bounces near the 40 and takes a Brenham hop towards the 36, where they'll down it there. No return for the Hornets. They have the football on their first possession of the evening here as we start the first quarter in the Heritage Oak Funeral Home. The first quarter here starts for the Hornets here tonight on offense.
And again, this will be a great test to see what the offense looks like. A power run offense before with a very, very limited mobility quarterback situation over the years just in the playbook. Now interesting to see how things change up for this Huntsville offense. Maybe we see a little mobility, a little more mobility by the quarterback. Maybe see some swing plays.
And it's first play straight ahead to Brown, but he kind of tripped as soon as he got the ball, and the Brenham Cub D-line is right there. He got nothing there, Jordan. Absolutely lost a yard or two.
Yeah, we talked about how great Trayshawn Brown is heading into his senior season. This line for Brenham's nothing to sniff away about. You know, they've got a very good front 4 over there on the defensive line, and a good test for that senior in Brown to start the season.
And Brown's on the left side. Adolph back to pass. He's going to chuck it deep down the right sideline. Incomplete over the head, intended for 81. KJ Betts, who was streaking down the sideline. He had a man near him. The ball was just overthrown by a yard or two on a deep pattern down the right sideline. It'll be 3rd and 11 for the Huntsville Hornets. Your Hornets have dropped a yard on the first play. It was just a little bit of a mistiming handoff there for Brown. He lost a yard, then the incomplete pass, and it'll be a 3rd down situation for the Hornets here. Trip wide receivers to the left from the right hash. Adolph out of the shotgun. He's not going to hand it to Brown. Brown makes a block, and Adolph is being eaten up back there. The Cubs come in and make the sack. 2 Cubs got through the line. One of them, number 29, senior Mason Sieber out of the D-line. He sacks Adolph, and it's consecutive 3 and outs for both offenses. So no yards for the Cubs on their possession. The Hornets actually lose numerous yards on the sack on 3rd down, and they went backwards a little bit. They'll punt from their own 30. A little bit of a shaky start. As we mentioned, Jordan, first day, first game. Hey, the butterflies are out there. The timing's not going to be great.
Right.
All right, first play jitters are going already. We've made some hits. We've made some tackles. The Hornets are back to punt, and they boot it away down the field. In the middle of the field, it bounces, and no return. The Hornets down it at the 29-yard line of the Cubs, where Hartstack and the Cubs offense will take over here for their second possession. So, to be expected, Jordan. Just, hey, let's let them settle in. It's going to take numerous series, not just 3 to 5 plays. It's the first series, first game of the year. See what you have out there. Guys have some jitters. They're still moving around a little bit. Hartstack brings his offense back out there for the second possession for the Cubs. Right, and now they move a bunch of guys in motion. 2 guys far out to the right side. Hartstack's going to take the snap, but that is going to be a timeout on the sideline for the Huntsville Hornets because they saw the rotation of the offense, and Coach Mavis didn't like what his defense was doing.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a situation where he saw, okay, everything's going whack. Everything's going crazy. Last-second motions and realignments of the offense. Let's call a timeout. Let's figure out what that is first off, and let's get going with that timeout brought to you by University Heights Baptist Church. Figure out what in the world that motion was.
Right.
That last-second motion. And maybe talk in the ear of the ref, go, was that a legal motion or not?
Yeah. Well, what was going on there? Like you said, there's no film on these guys. It's game one, so you don't know. It's hard to prepare. But they stacked everybody in the middle, and then suddenly 5 guys spread out to the outside, and Coach was like, hold on a second, I don't know what this is. So he used his first timeout. He burns one right there, and the Cubs have the football at the 29 to continue here with 9:47 to go in the first quarter. Just underway here from the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth here in Brenham, Texas. Dave Fanucci and Jordan Smith here with you live on the play-by-play for the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network tonight. Just kicked off. No score here early. Brenham with their second possession. And it's it's Hartstack at quarterback for Brenham. He's going to swing it out to the edge. He's got a complete pass. Caught and run forward after the catch. A little bit of yak yardage there for number 9, Ryder Stewart, who makes his first catch of the night.
And that was an interesting play formation there. There was only, 3 linemen. So the defensive line blew right through them. And they're going to do it again here in a no-huddle. Quick screen.
Yeah, they swing it out to the other side. But that time the Hornets meet the receiver, and he breaks the tackle. Secondary defender was back there. Chris Guidry makes the catch for Brenham. And it was Mabus, the coach's son, who came in at a safety valve and made the tackle, threw the player out of bounds. And they're going to spot the ball. Well, we've got a penalty here, Jordan.
5 men in the backfield.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what you see with those last-second formations is they're not able to get their feet aligned in time, with also the weird 3 people on the line with the gaps right in the middle of the line, and a quarterback that's sitting, 10 yards almost, if not more, behind the line of scrimmage because he has to, otherwise he's getting sacked. It's a situation that it's going to cause some issues with how many personnel are out wide, including the running back that's back there too.
Yeah, and it's a little chaotic for both, not just the defense, but the offense, too, to get it set. They're going to hand it off on a sweep left side for Glover, and he doesn't go anywhere. Nice tackle there by 42, Sam Cleveland, who's in on that tackle. His second tackle, it was Glover carrying the ball. He may have gotten it was 2nd and 15, and I don't know if he got back to the – well, he did. He picked up a few, so it's going to be 3rd and 12 here for Hartstack. And the Cubs at the 37-yard line of their own side of the field. On a 3rd and 12, they're going to have 2 wide receivers on the high side from the left hash, 1 on the low side here on the near side. Hartstack has Glover next to him. He's going to take the snap and look to throw. It goes over the middle, tipped it, almost picked. Somebody got a hand on it, Jordan, in the middle of the line there by Huntsville, and it got through those hands and almost picked off on the other end in the backside.
Yeah, it looks like one of the linebackers there, Jeremiah Peterson, was close to getting the catch after the deflection. But, yeah, just a great job of getting the hands up and anticipating the route, or the pass, I should say, the path of the pass.
I thought that was 3rd down, but apparently this is 3rd down. 3rd and 12 here. That was 2nd. They're going to throw it again, and that's short-armed. At least his arm may have gotten dinged by 52 here, Isaiah Lewis for the Hornets coming in and hit Hartstack's arm. It was intended for Brown on the other side, but it was just short. Brown was what looked open, but the pass was not didn't reach him.
And to say the least, Brown was frustrated after that pass landed about 6 yards short of him.
Yeah.
He was screaming, he was hooping, hollering, he was throwing fists everywhere. He was not happy about that.
Well, we've got another punt situation here for the Brenham Cubs. They're going to boot it away again, and a nice punt. End over end, hits at the 30, but takes a Huntsville bounce, and they down it at the 36 for the Hornets. That's where the Hornets will take over on their second possession here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports. Their offense is headed back out there already. No time for a break, as Adolph and Brown and company, Lewis at the wide receiver spot, and the left tackle to keep an eye on here tonight for the Hornets that's trying to open up some holes for Brown is that big man number 50, Trey Williams. And here's Brown on a carry left side, going to sweep it around the edge. Not a whole lot of room over there. He had to go out of bounds.
Yeah, still a good outside run, though, trying to spread out the middle part of that defense and really open up that middle part of the lane. That's why you have those outside sweeps, those outside runs, the quick screens out there. Spread the defense, spread the linebackers to create those inside gaps for those big 30-yard runs.
Yeah, I've always wondered, I'm not a football coach, I just watch, but I've always wondered why you run a sweep left on the left hash. I don't, or sweep right on the right hash. There's not any room over there, and all the players are shifting that way. We've got Brown going that way again, and you got a bunch of green jerseys shifting over to that side, and he's stuck between trying to cut back the other way, or if he goes to the left, he's out of bounds. So now it's a 3rd and 8, actually maybe less than that. 3rd and 6 or so. He did pick up a couple there. But nothing explosive yet for Brown. He's just got a couple, but 3rd and 6.
Part of the reason why, at least my assumption would be, and we'll get to more of it after this play, but they're trying to push the defense over there to then do a quick play to the opposite side like they are right now.
And now he's going to Adolph's going to run to the right. Ooh. And he tried to hit C.J. Rogers, a senior wide receiver, coming across in front of him. Adolph was rolling to his right. Adolph and looked to find Rogers cutting right in front of him. He threw to the sideline. It was just out of his reach, and it is going to be a 3-and-out again for Huntsville. Huntsville, 2 3-and-outs. Brenham did pick up a first down their last possession, but so far in the game, just 1 first down. Huntsville's going to punt it away.
And that's part of what I was talking about before that last play happened, is how, and we'll get to it again here after this, fair catch called.
Yep.
But part of what I was getting to was they use it on that short that short yardage situation where they have the short side where they're using that sweep on the side where they're on the left hash, left sweep, right hash, right sweep, is to pull the defenders to one side to then run the opposite field play, have minimal coverage on the opposite side, and get the big yardage play to keep the drives going.
Yeah. I hear you there. And it's back to the Cubs. We're at 7:26 on the clock, first quarter, no score. Cubs' third possession. They do have one first down, and they're back to work with Hartstack and Glover in the backfield. A man comes in motion behind Hartstack, and he's going to hand it to Glover. Straight ahead, met by 3 white jerseys. No room to run there whatsoever. The Hornet D-line all over that.
It was just a great job of getting that run up the gut and not creating an opportunity for the Brenham Cubs to get anything through the inside gaps on that offensive line. Just a great job on that front seven.
Yeah, I got news for the Cubs tonight. That's going to be a tough sledding all night long. You try to go in the middle of this Hornet D-line. That is not a place that I see a whole lot of room to run there. Here's another handoff for Glover. He went straight ahead again. It was kind of Hartstack. He almost missed handing it to him and had to stick it back in there again late, so it was a delayed run, and the Hornets were all over it again. The whole D-line just ate him up, and they're down. They did pick up a yard, I believe, on the first down. That one was a couple actually as well. And the scoreboard is showing 3rd and 6. So they did pick up a few, but it is a 3rd down again here for the Cubs. 2 wide receivers on the high side. Ball in the middle of the field. Hartstack back to throw. Is going to loft it over the middle and just in and out of the hands of his intended receiver. It was 8, Cartel Brown. Mabus may have gotten his hand in on that one, Jordan, as he on the coverage. It was a nice job of Mabus, the junior DB, kind of breaking that up.
Yeah, just another great job, right spot, right time, and being there for that coverage and staying with it, not letting the man beat him, and keeping his eyes between the quarterback and the wideout as well. That's also another big thing you see sometimes with secondary players. They'll focus so much on the wideout, they'll completely forget to look at the quarterback.
3 and out again for Brenham. 3rd punt already in the game here for the Cubs. And coming up to make the catch at the 44-yard line is Caleb Franklin, the senior, who was back there on punt receiving duties. And he's got the ball for the Hornets at the 45-yard line, their own side of the field. And it's going to be Adolph and Brown once again with an opportunity here to move the football. They're still looking for their first down of the game. 2 3-and-outs for the Hornet offense. Trip wide receivers to the left this time. From the right hash for Adolph. Empty backfield. And Brown is now going to come cutting across in front of Adolph and then returns. It goes back to where he was just to get some movement on his coverage man. He's in the slot. And now quickly he's going to come and fake a jet sweep. Adolph's going to take it and run around the 50. Left side has some room. Still on his feet. Down to the 30 and pushed out of bounds. Adolph with the big run. Christian Prosper was there to save it for the Brenham Cubs. And what do we have here, Jordan? We have a flag down. Well, it was a great run around the left side, and now we've got a
holding
flag on the field that's going to bring that back. So
yeah, holding on Huntsville. And you see that all the time with big plays. It's those little things. You wonder how they got to the outside.
Right.
Usually, because the thing with the holding penalty for an offensive lineman, you could grab them, right at the chest, right? You could grab them even at the shoulders. So once you go outside the shoulders and you go to where that sleeve pattern or the numbers are, that's when it becomes holding. When you bear them, that's when it becomes holding. But you can get them right in the chest plate, and you're still okay.
Yep. Well, it negates their first positive impact play of the night. So brings it back 15, and it actually makes it 1st and 8. 1st and 8 from the 47. Back to pass. Got it complete to Brown on the outside, caught down the left side and tripped up at the into Brenham territory. Complete to Brown out of the backfield on a little wheel route. And he's down to that's a first down. That's the first down of the night. That's going to count for Huntsville, and they have the ball in Brenham territory here now. Adolph and Brown, straight stack motion behind, and Brown cuts it outside to the left, has room to run and more inside the 20. First down again for the Huntsville Hornets, but we've got material on the field, and it's yellow. Back here again, Brian Jordan, two flags down here on that run play.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, of course, that last first down, another great run for that Mocha turning it law first down, and they were just able to get into that red zone, but now it's coming back, like you said, right on the outside again, another big run, another great run too, and it's a good play design, but it's just that extra little hold that negates it all. Something to watch for and see how much that affects things as the game and even as the season progresses.
Yeah, it's totally just a product of the first quarter of the first game of the year. I mean, we've had a couple holding penalties. They're going to make these mistakes. Got to be expecting those. But, as the game wears on and as we get the sweat rolling here, the guys will, they'll pick it up and hopefully eliminate those mistakes. Here's Adolph rolling right. He's going to loft it to a receiver there, in and out of his hands. Just missed C.J. Rogers, breaking down in the middle of the field around the 20, lofted it to Rogers and couldn't come down with it.
Yeah, just a tad high on the throw. Had that been about a half foot lower, even maybe a couple inches lower, all of a sudden you're breaking away for a 45-yard touchdown.
Could have been, yeah.
So, again, it was not a terrible place hit, but you got to get that pass just lofted a little bit lower if you're the quarterback to put it in the perfect spot for your wide receiver.
It's 2nd and 17 after that first down holding penalty. Adolph's going to keep it. He broke through free, 30, and out of bounds at the 20. Adolph went right through a massive hole on the left side, and one man to beat, and the Cubs pushed him out of bounds at the 20. Huge run. First down for your Hornets.
Another Mocha attorneys at law first down there with that big run, setting them up right at the Murray Insurance and Financial Services red zone for the Huntsville Hornets. Most positive drive they've had so far.
Yeah, Brown's going to take a handoff, sweeping right side, down to the 20, 15, 10, and sweeps it around the outside for a 9-yard gain. Out at the 11-yard line, it'll be 2nd and 1. The Hornets on the move in the red zone here.
Again, another great run. They're spreading the outside. They're trying to spread the defense in the middle with those linebackers and with those edges as well. Trying to spread them out a little bit to create that inside run. Wouldn't be surprised now that you're at the 11, you start seeing a couple of inside punches for Brown through that offensive line. Now they spread out so much. You could also see a curl rod here by the slot receiver.
So the Hornets in the red zone here, about to try to go ahead here tonight and score the first points of the season. We have a timeout on the field. 4:47 to go first quarter. And we'll be back on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports.
You prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cat.
And back in here in the Frank's Tacos broadcast booth, Taco Station broadcast booth, Dave Fanucci here, and 4:47 to go right after the University Heights Baptist Church timeout for Huntsville and Coach Mabus. They have a 2nd and 1, or they're calling it 2nd and 2 from the 12 here for the Hornets. Looking to put the first points of the year on the board. Adolph has it. He's going to flip it out. Actually, it was a fake handoff to Brown, pulled it back down and tried to get it to 28, Jarius Singletary. and Singletary just didn't turn around in time. He was running out to the flat, turned around, and the ball was sort of already at him, and he didn't see it. It went over his head.
Yeah, just an unfortunate set of circumstances. Plus, there was a lot of pressure coming in from that front four of the Brenham Cub defense through the line. So a little bit of a pressure situation. Just glad it got to the ground as quickly as it did, because otherwise that could have been intercepted.
And here's a 3rd and 2, and that is a handoff to Brown, absolutely stuffed by the Brenham Cub number 0, Caleb Espinoza. The linebacker read it perfectly and came in and hammered Brown to the ground literally the same time he got a handoff there, and it was basically a loss of a yard or two, and Coach Mabus is going to send out the kicking unit for Caleb Kulak, who's going to sign up for a 32-yard field goal attempt here to put the first points on the board for Huntsville. Kulak from the 32, he's in the right hash mark. It's a 32-yard field goal attempt. It's up and it's blocked. Blocked by Brenham. Espinoza has it in the tip. He was playing back there behind the ball, and he's hammered out of bounds on the special teams play. But the field goal kick was tipped straight into the air and into the hands of a returner playing back there, which actually happened to be Espinoza, the linebacker, and he kind of rumbled to his left to try to gain a few yards. But at the end of the day, Jordan, you missed the field goal there. You've buried Brenham back down here at their own 15-yard line.
Yeah, exactly. It's an unfortunate that you couldn't get the 3 points on that Nelson and Miles Collision Center field goal try, but now you got a big task if you're the defense. Respond big, respond quick, keep them down inside the 20 so you can have favorable field position when you get the ball once again.
Yeah, it's Huntsville, Brenham now with the offensive opportunity. They swing it backwards. Here's a flea flicker over the middle, and it's caught. It's passed to the right. They get the wide receiver, and Glover throws it to number 3. Well, Glover was rolling out, and he's the one that actually caught the pass, Jordan. I didn't see who the receiver was who threw it. It was a flea flicker. They threw it backwards to the right, and Glover comes out here, catches it all the way down the middle of the field, and they're at the 45. Biggest play of the night so far for Brenham. Hartstack's going to hand it off to Glover now, who's running right side, and clears up for about 3 or 4 yards there on the run.
Yeah, you see them every once in a while.
Yeah,
you don't expect them. That's why they're called trick plays, right?
Yeah.
But when they're executed well, they're really, really fun to watch.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Huntsville, that was a fun one to watch, and now they got to figure this out.
Hartstack's going to go right side down the middle, or not down the middle, to the right corner. He was covered there. His receiver was covered. They try to go deep down the right to number 4, Chris Guidry. That's incomplete. The ball was about a yard out of bounds, and Guidry couldn't stay in and grab it. Still no score. 3:10 to go first quarter. Huntsville has the ball right at the midfield marker, actually on the 49 of Huntsville now, on a 3rd and 4 play after the run by Glover. He's going to have it again, and he's got the first down and more. Big room down the right side, breaking free, and the last safety valve for Huntsville D pushes him out of bounds. Caleb Franklin comes over to get Glover and push him out of bounds as the Brenham Cubs are rolling now. They started at their own 13-yard line, and after a few plays, they're down to the Huntsville 22. 1st and 10, moving quickly. Here's a handoff again to Glover right side, and he's got a little room on a sweep inside the 15 down to the 14. So Glover, the running back for Brenham, starting to pick things up after the momentum on the flea flicker trick play. And the Cubs looking to take the first points of the night here in their home debut game. Here's Glover, right side again, but that time Huntsville reads it and stops him short of gaining much. That was a 2nd and 4. I want to say maybe he got 1. It'll be 3rd and 3. Inside the red zone for Brenham. Ball is marked at the 14 of Huntsville. Hartstack out of the shotgun. Glover to his left. He's going to pass. He throws it out there, and just not a quick connection there with his receiver, who wasn't actually looking, and it seemed like that play may have not even been whistled. I don't know what Brenham is doing now, but it did count, and it's 4th and 4. And their head coach, Danny Youngs, has his offense still out there at 4th and 4 from the 15.
I mean, you may as well, right? See what kind of 4th down offense you have, your red zone offense. First quarter of the first game of the season.
Yeah, let's see what you can do here on 4th and 4. The snap is dropped, and then the runner just slips and falls. They did a direct snap wildcat play, Jordan, to Ledrick Walker, their junior running back. The quarterback wasn't even out there, and Walker, first of all, dropped the ball, picked it up, and then slipped and fell. He wasn't even tackled, and he lost 2 yards. And the Huntsville Hornets catch a break.
And a great way to kind of get lucky at the end of that drive here near towards the end of this first quarter here, presented by Heritage Oak Funeral Home. But now Huntsville's got a chance to kind of slow things down a little bit. Obviously, still first quarter, so you got to slow things down, work your offense, see different packages, try different things out. We've seen a lot of outside runs by this team so far. Wouldn't be surprised to continue to see that really be a main trend for this offense, but you never know as they've got 3 wide.
So Huntsville gets a break on defense, and kind of Brenham just kind of stalled out their own offense there. It just didn't go anywhere. Here's Adolph running to the right and has a little bit of room, but kind of breaking some tackles with some green jerseys around him, and he picked up 7 or 8. He's down short of the first down. Up to the 23-yard line here for Huntsville on their own side of the field. Cubs did a great job of flipping field position there. They were buried on their own side, and now it's Huntsville kind of stuck down on their own side of the field. No score, 1:20 to go here in the first quarter as we look for the competition to see who can score first here in this game and this season. And now we've got a timeout by Coach Youngs and the Brenham Cubs. Timeout on the field. This is Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports.
Minister of Students and Outreach at University Heights Baptist Church and a proud 1993 Hornet graduate. At UHBC, we believe Sunday is game day for your faith. We start at 8 a.m. with our traditional worship. Then both at 9:30 and at 11, you have options. Huddle up in a small group or attend contemporary worship. 2 time slots with the same great options. Don't forget about Wednesday nights from 6 to 7:30 Bible studies and programming for every age and stage. If you don't already have a church home, we want to invite you to add church to your weekly game plan. We'll save you a seat. Sting 'em Hornets.
Welcome back to the press box in Brenham, Texas here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network. Dave Fanucci, Jordan Smith here. 1:18 to go. First quarter, no score between the Hornets and the Cubs in the Heritage Oak Funeral Home first quarter. With 1:18 to go. Here's Adolph, takes a high snap on a jet sweep by the Hornets. Coming around the outside to grab that ball on the jet sweep was Landon Fisher, who swept it around the outside edge down the left side for a first down and more. Great run on a jet sweep there by Fisher. And the Hornets have it out to the 42-yard line and a fresh set of downs and a first down. That's a Moak and Moak Attorneys at Law first down. Here's Adolph running right, and he's pushed out of bounds by the Cubs after a short gain. He did pick up 3. Pickup of 4, they say. 2nd and 6, ball near midfield at the 46 as we're running out of time here in the Heritage Oak Funeral Home first quarter. No score on the board for either team. 55 seconds on a 2nd and 6 for Adolph. 2 wide receivers to the left on the right hash. Brown comes in motion. They fake the jet sweep. Adolph tucks and runs, and he's upended right there at the line of scrimmage. No room to run there. Very well done by Brenham's defense to read that play. And it comes up to a 3rd and 7 here after a loss of 1.
And clock winding down, 35 seconds now. Got time for probably one more play before the end of the first.
This might be it for the first. Well, the play clock's at 15. The game clock's at 24. So this will be the last play of the first quarter. Adolph has trip wide receivers to the far left of the field. Brown to his right in the backfield. He dropped the snap and had to fall on it. There's the first game jitters, Jordan. We talked about it. I mean, he's trying to see what to do before he catches the snap, and then he just drops it. It bounces into his hands, and he has to go down on a knee.
There you go.
That's the same thing that just happened to the Brenham. We're at the end of the first quarter for the Heritage Oak Funeral Home. That's it for the first. That does it. No score here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports. We'll be back as we flip sides of the field and go to the second.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. You can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, State Farm agent Diana K. Barnes, right here in Huntsville, can switch you over so you can start saving today. Diana and her team are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. Just give her a call. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I'm Jerry Larson at Reliable Auto Parts, your auto parts plus store in Huntsville, Texas, having great products, excellent quality, and outstanding prices. This is what you can expect from Reliable Parts, where you can purchase all your car care products, maintenance supplies, and auto parts. Our services and in-house store offerings are designed to keep your vehicle and motorized machine in proper working condition. Reliable Parts, your auto parts store, 1011 11th Street, Huntsville, 295-5747.
Only 15% of collision repair shops achieve ICAR Gold Class status, the highest training level recognized in the industry. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 is proud to be one of them. They know the latest repair techniques, how to find hidden damage, and how to repair your car's critical safety features so they work properly again. They invest in training because they would never cut corners with your family's safety at stake, and neither should you. Get your vehicle repaired at Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45, where your safety is their top priority.
And we welcome you back into the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth here in Brenham, Texas for the second quarter of action here between Brenham and Huntsville. And I'm going to turn it over to my broadcast partner, Jordan Smith, here for the second quarter of action. Jordan's going to have the play-by-play for you, and I'll be providing some color.
Appreciate that, Dave. As during the break, Huntsville sent the ball away to Brenham, so now the Cubs start their drive on their own 30-yard line. Quick shotgun snap to the signal caller. Hardstack running to his right and gets upended right at the line of scrimmage, actually at the 31. So it'll be second down and 10 for the Brenham Cubs here to start their drive. Of course, Brenham now moving left to right across your radio dials.
Hornets defense has been stout so far up the middle, Jordan. Nowhere for the Brenham team to run the football in the middle of the field. Second and 10 here for them.
Signal caller, shotgun formation, hands it off to the back. The Huntsville defense right there in the backfield on the sweep play and gets the TFL. The running back in C.J. Glover, Isaiah Lewis, there to make the stop in the backfield, and now sets up third and long, third and 12 to be exact.
Lewis just read that one perfectly. Was standing there when the runner came over to greet him, and he just dragged him down. And nowhere, like I said, nowhere for this. These three guys up front for Huntsville are fantastic.
Shotgun formation once again, three receivers to the far sideline. Lone receiver on the near side being Chris Guidry, the senior wideout. Hardstack gets a shotgun snap, steps back a few steps, going over the middle, intercepted by the Hornets over the secondary. The linebacker takes it across the 30 and down to the 27-yard line. Making the interception, the senior outside linebacker Jabari Washington with a huge play to set up great field position for the Huntsville Hornets.
That is the momentum turner you want to see right there, Jordan. Washington just stepped right into the middle of that pass, brought it back inside the 30, and his guys are fired up down here on the sideline. They do? They bang the gong, the turnover gong. They're hammering the gong down here. And it's the first turnover of the game here tonight. That's what you want to see if you're a Hornets fan. And they had ball in perfect territory here at the 26 of the Cubs.
10-13 left to go in the second quarter of play. Fake handoff. Adolph keeps it up the gut, still on his feet. Spin move inside the 15 and is tackled down to the 12-yard line as the Huntsville Hornets have now found themselves in the Murray Insurance and Financial Services red zone.
Trying to break this 0-0 tie here to get the first points of the season.
Adolph in the shotgun formation. Two receivers, one on each, or two running backs, one on each side. Hands it off to the back who goes inside the 10 and down to the 7-yard line. Looks like Trayshawn Brown on the carry, the senior back. And now inside the 10 after previously getting that first down, brought to you by Mokes & Mokes Attorney at Law. Getting this signal from the sideline is Huntsville. The defense in a single safety formation. Huntsville with two wide out at the top. Gets the handoff to Brown. 5 touchdown. 7-yard rushing touchdown for Trayshawn Brown. The first touchdown of the 2025 season for the green and white. And the first score of the ball game. 9:15 left to go. And the opening half of action, and something at the end there. Zay Adolph was coming up a little bit shaken up, and he got to the sideline under his own power, which is a good sign, but something to keep an eye on later on in the ballgame.
Yeah, he may have tweaked something a couple of plays prior to that. I believe when he ran it himself, he kind of came up a little wobbly there. But on the touchdown run, it was Brown just kind of got a handoff on a delayed handoff, and then he broke into the middle where all the players were and then just swung it around the outside where nobody was standing and reached the front left corner.
A touchdown brought to you by MRC Creekside. The PAT attempt brought to you by Nelson Amaya Collision Center goes wide right, and so the score will remain 6-0. 9:15 left to go in the opening half of play. And while we got a moment, Dave, let's thank some wonderful sponsors who make these broadcasts possible.
Absolutely want to appreciate everybody who helps us out here on the broadcast network. First of all, the AB2 Self-Storage, your local go-to self-storage facility. Charlie's Used Cars, as we talked about in the pregame show, customer satisfaction is our number one priority. Diana K. Barnes, State Farm Insurance, focusing on auto, home, life, farm and ranch, business, pet and tractor insurance in Huntsville and surrounding areas. The Huntsville Independent School District, of course, huge benefits and sponsors of ours. It's a great day to be a Hornet. We are building champions every day. And the Hartfield Florist, personalizing your events since 1957. The Extra Point, Jordan, another thing to keep an eye on here so far this evening. The Hornets have had a field goal blocked, and I believe I saw a hand on that kick as well that kind of tipped it over to the right side and made that kick miss. A little bit of a timing issue. Of course, they're going to work on that, but this first game, they've got to get the timing down in the kicking game so far for the Hornets.
Getting ready for the Diana K. Barnes State Farm Insurance kickoff after the score. 6-0 the score. Huntsville leads Brenham. 9:15 left to go in the opening half of play in the 2025 regular season opening contest. As this one will be booted away. Line drive kick, if you will, is received at the 5-yard line for Brenham. Comes up the gut across the 25, tries to slip his way to the 30, but will slip short to the 27. Cartel Brown, the senior wideout, on the return. And Huntsville will set up shop defensively on Brenham's own 27-yard line.
Brown runs it in for the touchdown for Huntsville. That was an MRC Creekside touchdown, our first of the season. And it is the man, Trayshawn Brown, with his first punch in to the end zone this year for your Huntsville Hornets. 6-0 your score, 9:06 to go in the first quarter. Now Huntsville with the football and their quarterback, Hudson Hartstack, back in action.
Hartstack in shotgun formation, has it back to his right. Two receivers to the far side. Now to the near side with the motion. Quick screen to the right side. Gets the catch to the receiver, but the defensive secondary right there on the catch is Chris Guidry. Had his name called a couple times here this evening. Caleb Franklin, the one who made the tackle after getting the undershirt, kind of hanging on for dear life, if you will.
He caught him from behind and was dragging his shirt and was able to prevent him from taking off down the field.
So now a second down, and what looks to be about 4 here. Brenham's own 33-yard line. Here's a handoff to the running back. The line is there, but the back able to squeeze through for a few more yards and just get to the first down marker. I think they're going to stop the clock and potentially measure just to make sure. On the carry, C.J. Glover. 8:24 left to go in the first half of play. Still a 6-0 score line as they eye test it. Nope, they're going to completely stop it and bring the chains out to officially measure the spot.
Yeah.
And see whether or not they gave it to him. Just from the naked eye, it looks like he may have squeaked by to get the first down.
Well, it would have been it would have been third and short. I want to say this is still going to be short. But they're measuring right now 9:20 or 8:24 on the clock here as the sun sets here in Brenham, Texas, and it's your Hornets with the first points of the season. Well,
there it is.
It was a cross, so they made a good call there, trying to measure for that, and it did get the nose of the football across enough for the Brenham first down.
So moving the chains is Brenham on this opening drive of the second quarter. At their own 37-yard line, Huntsville in a single safety formation right now. With Brent Carroll, the lone safety. Shotgun snap, fakes the handoff, goes to the near side. Catch is made by the receiver in Guidry. He goes out of bounds immediately after crossing the 40 to the 42-yard line. Gain of 5, 2nd and 5 coming up. So now Brenham waiting for their signal. Their play call from the sideline here. As the sun starts to set in Brenham. Behind the cloudy skies. Handoff on the shotgun snap. Right up the gut into Huntsville territory. Breaking through the seams is the back in C.J. Glover. Just with a burst of speed. Kind of reminded you of C.J. 2K back in the day. Chris Johnson, the former NFL back, on the stop, Brent Carroll. And now the no-huddle offense we've seen so far tonight from Brenham. Shotgun snap looking deep down the near sideline and will be caught out of bounds, though. Chris Guidry, the wideout senior, is the intended target on the play, on the coverage for Huntsville. Was David Brown, the senior defensive back.
Yeah, just lofted that one way too high and out of bounds for the receiver to catch. Brenham looking to, they've done a nice job here on this drive to get things back rolling on offense.
Hartstack signals the man in motion, now hands it off to the man in motion, and Cartel Brown is met by that front line of the Huntsville defense, swarming there to protect their field position. Making the stop there, Brent Carroll once again. And is now third down and a little more than manageable, about 7 to go. They're going to float it once again, wide open. Making the catch was Chris Guidry. Somehow he went absolutely undetected and was wide open by about 10 to 15 yards.
Yeah, there's a coach here for Huntsville on the sideline jumping up and down, screaming at one of his defenders who missed an assignment, and that receiver was wide open. The Hornets were lucky he fell out of bounds.
Shotgun snap once again as Brenham finds themselves in the red zone. Another floater.
That's out of bounds too. Out of bounds. It was too far out to the right. It's Hartstock is lofting these balls, and it's not even catchable because it's beyond the white part of the field. It's even 5 yards out of bounds. So he's really not keeping those passes in bounds enough to give his receivers a chance to catch it.
Intended target on that play, C.J. Glover. 6:38 left to go in the opening half of play. Huntsville still leads 6-0 against Brenham, but the Cubs are threatening. Starting on the Huntsville 11-yard line. Hardstack met with pressure. He tries to go up for it, but can't do anything as he is brought back a yard. A loss on the play. A TFL on the quarterback sack, brought to you by Hartfield Florist.
Well, they say the PA guy said it was Sam Cleveland. I also saw Fred Oladale in there as well on the D-line. A couple of guys get credited for that tackle.
So now 3rd and 11 on the Huntsville 12-yard line. The Hornets looking to make a stop. 2 safety formation here defensively, with 3 out wide offensively at the receiver position on the far sideline for the Brenham Cubs. Just under 6 minutes left to go in the first half. Shotgun snap. Hardstack over the middle. It's caught after the bobble, and the touchdown score is made for Chris Guidry, the first touchdown of the 2025 season for Brenham, and they're an extra point away from taking their first lead of the ballgame.
Well, it was good coverage. They tried to get to Hardstack, but he just got it off in time as a Huntsville defender was right in his face, and he was drilled right after he threw the ball, but Guidry was there to make the catch. So, and that kick is blocked, so completely the same situation. Huntsville comes in, and I believe it's number 2, Trey Scott III, who gets a hand on that, come from the outside, knocked it down, and kept this a tie game. Jordan, we're tied at 6.
6-6, 5:46 left to go in the first half. We'll take a quick 30-second break. Be right back after this here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. Ranked number 1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider, our independence affords us the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suits our client-specific needs. TWFG offers personal and commercial, life, health, and flood insurance. Call Waylon Moore at 936-293-8121 or drop by 1212 10th Street in Huntsville, Texas. At TWFG and More Insurance, our policy is caring.
Back here in the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth, we are tied at 6. 5:46 left to go in the first half of play as Huntsville gets ready to get the ball back. Jordan Smith here alongside me is Dave Fanucci. As so far, it's been a pretty even battle between these two sides. A lot of intensity, a lot of outside swings, a lot of screen plays from Brenham is what their MO has been offensively. A lot of outside runs for Huntsville is what has gotten them marched down the field, but also a lot of really good defense from both sides.
Well, I agree. Very evenly matched here so far. They seem to have equal talented personnel. What I'm seeing on a size difference, though, is a not a great decision there by Huntsville as they caught the kickoff at the 5-yard line and stepped out of bounds by accident. So they're going to be all the way back at their own 5 to start this drive. The only difference I'm seeing slightly, Jordan, is the D-line has a size advantage for the Hornets. They are massive up front.
Absolutely. Like you said, that Diana K. Barnes State Farm Insurance kickoff decided to go towards the ball as it was going to what has traditionally been known as the coffin corner for the kicker to try to get it within that 5-yard line. Decided to touch the ball instead of maybe seeing if it would bounce into the end zone and get the touchback. So now you start your drive needing 95 yards to regain the lead if you want to get the touchdown. So here comes Huntsville with their opportunity to try to make something happen.
Yeah, we haven't seen a huge, big play yet from Brown, but he has been active out there.
Hand off to the outside. Speaking of which, here's Brown on the near sideline as Huntsville goes right to left across your radio dials. A gain of a few, not much though. I say not much. It was a gain of about, it looked like 6. He kind of gained some extra yards after getting that initial hit and dove forward for a couple more. So 2nd down and 4.
Yeah, perfect.
Now coming up.
Perfect first down gain. Get you in 2nd and short here, 2nd and 3. Get you out from buried underneath, kind of too close to the end zone there. Gives them a little breathing room.
Adolph back in the game after the scare earlier. Hands it off to Brown, who will now go to the far sideline to the right side of the line of scrimmage. He takes off and gets to the outside edge. First down potentially. Let's see where the spot is. They call him out at the 15-yard line. And looks like that'll be a yard short on the play. So a 3rd down and 1 coming up for Huntsville on their own 15-yard line. 5 minutes left to go. And the opening half of play, we're tied up at 6 between Huntsville and Brenham here on Friday Night Lights. Everybody's waiting for the play call from the sideline as the play clock starts to wind down. 3 receivers to the left side of the field for Huntsville. None to the far side, the right side. Shotgun snap, little bobble by Adolph. Now looking deep, has plenty of time, but decides to escape to his left. He'll take off on his own after they do end up giving him the Mocha Attorneys at Law first down as he slides out of bounds and gets a late hit on the shoelaces just before the 20-yard line.
Those are the ones that scare you if you're a head coach when your QB is running out of bounds and a defender comes and sweeps his legs out from underneath him. That is a scary scene for the head. I know those coaches hate those kinds of plays because anything down there underneath the knee, chopping into the feet or the shins or the ankle area is a scary thing, especially for the QB who's got to run around.
5 seconds, 3 seconds now on the shot clock, the play clock. Wrong sport there, Jordan, as the handoff to the right side is immediately grabbed and a touchdown for Brenham. Caleb Espinoza, the linebacker, just quite literally stripped it from Jacavian Burke's hands as he tried to run up the gut. And it's a touchdown in the lead for Brenham.
Wow. It just was you didn't even barely realize it. It was the runner just kind of, suddenly the ball just pops out of there, Jordan, in the middle of a pile and into the hands of Espinoza. All he had to do was run forward 15 yards, and it's a turnover, fumble, touchdown, scoop and score for Brenham, and they have a 12-6 lead.
4:22 left to go in the first half of play. And
unbelievable. After a first quarter where we saw no points whatsoever, we've had 3 touchdowns here already in this second quarter. And it looks like maybe is Brenham going to line up a 2-point attempt here instead of trying to
get it back
kick?
to 14 points. That would make sense as they take the timeout here, which is brought to you by University Heights Baptist Church. While we have a moment, let's go ahead and thank a couple more of our wonderful sponsors who make these broadcasts possible.
Absolutely. Northside Baptist Church, growing people in Christ to reach others for Christ. The Wiesner of Huntsville, home of the bottom line. And Nelson Propane, your hometown propane provider. No, they are going to try a kick here, Jordan, so they're going to line it up.
Fake.
Neither team has made a kick here tonight. Both extra points have been tipped or blocked. A missed field goal by Huntsville as well was blocked. So we'll see if a kick can get through the uprights here as they line up the extra point.
Snap,
and that one
kick.
Looks like it is good.
Right through the uprights to make it 13-6 now.
Yeah.
4:22 left to go in the first half of play.
Blue Cienega is the kicker for Brenham, and he makes the first extra point for the Cubs to make it 13-6. Unfortunate circumstances here for Huntsville, Jordan. They had the ball in a tie game, but you know what really was a kind of a setup for that dangerous kind of play is the kickoff decision, where you bury yourself at your own 5-yard line and step out of bounds, like you said. So that was special teams always comes into play. It's never the stuff that the coaches practice at all very much. They do practice it, but it always comes into play. And actually, what I've noticed, Jordan, in high school football, if you're good at special teams, it can make a massive difference. If you've got a huge punter, if you've got a good field goal kicker, if you've got a good special teams unit that can create plays, that is a huge difference maker in a high school game.
Danny K. Barnes, State Farm Insurance kickoff set to get underway. Coming up on the Northside Baptist Church halftime report, we'll take a recap of the first half of play. We'll check in with Shannon Duncan of the Hornets Nest, and we will take a look at some halftime adjustments to get you ready for the second half. All that coming up and more on the Northside Baptist Church Halftime Report as the kickoff bounces between both returners for Huntsville. Now for the backtrack, goes back forward, hits the 20 at least, and gets punched at the 22-yard line. So Huntsville would have been a very, very costly mistake. Gets him at least, I say 20, it backed him up a little bit.
Yeah.
And it got them to now what looks to be the 16.
Well, that is the second consecutive kick return problem. And I know Coach Mavis is going to be talking about this because that's 2 in a row that have really not gone well. The kickoff, you've got to get up there and catch that ball in the air. You've got to come in and catch that. They let that thing bounce between 2 guys before they fielded it, and they were actually running backwards and then had to turn around and come forward. So another special teams play there that makes a huge difference in field position.
4:16 left to go in the first half of play. Huntsville with possession. Adolph, shotgun snap. Takes a look to the near side, and that one's caught. Gets the toe drop swag, but they say incomplete. The intended receiver, KJ Betts, a sophomore receiver, looked like he got the foot down.
Referee said no.
No toe drag swag, unfortunately, as the great Nate Burleson used to say.
Yeah. It's very well executed by the Hornets. It's just he just didn't get the call.
And it looks like he had his foot in.
You just need 1 foot in, but the referee said no, and it's 2nd and 10.
So now once again, 2nd down and 10. Huntsville's own 16-yard line. Shotgun snap, Adolph goes to his right after the snap, looking for options, gets a last-second throw off. And that one will go out of bounds. Intended target on the play. Looked to be that. Is C.J. Rogers. And now creates a 3rd down and 10 situation.
Yeah, another tough spot here for the Hornets. Backed up on their own 15, 3rd and 10. 4 minutes to go in the half, trailing by a touchdown. And going to need to make a spark or do something right here to get this 1st down.
Shotgun snap once again. Trying to air this thing out down the field. Adolph setting up over the middle, and that goes through the hands of the intended target, Jarius Singletary. The one on the target there. It snuck right past the defense. Got right into his arm. I don't think he was expecting it to get through those defenders, which is why it made it hit his hands and fell right through.
There was 2 guys converging right in front of Singletary when the ball was thrown to him, and one of them may have blocked his vision to try to catch that pass just slightly, and it went through his hands as well. So a tough 3 and out here for the Huntsville offense, giving the ball back to the Cubs with under 4 minutes to go.
Here comes the punt opportunity for Huntsville, a high end-over-end kick that will take a Brenham bounce and will be fielded at the 43-yard line on the Huntsville side of the 50. We're going to take a quick 30-second break, and we'll be right back after this here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Wiesner Chevrolet in Huntsville has immediate openings for service technicians, body shop, and sales consultants. Service technicians that are ASE certified are preferred but not required. Looking for a great career? Wiesner Huntsville is looking for service technicians, body shop, and sales consultants, and complete benefits are included. So go by today and apply. Take exit 116 on I-45 North and go past 11th Street in Huntsville. Wiesner Chevrolet in Huntsville is hiring.
Here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports, here in the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth as Brenham starts their drive. Quick drop back on the shotgun snap. Pass over the middle. Will not go. Cartel Brown, the intended target. He was wanting a pass interference call, but no go thanks to the secondary coverage for Huntsville.
Big time defensive series and sequence here for Huntsville to try to stay in this game. They've got to prevent the Cubs from moving the football down the field and scoring again.
Brenham leads 13-6 with 3:42 left to go in the first half of play as they start the drive on Huntsville's 44-yard line, moving left to right across your radio dials. And the shotgun is Hartstack. Now sending the running back in motion. He will not pass it on the screen. He'll keep it himself on a quarterback run past the 40 and down to the 38-yard line. Looks to be a gain of about 5, maybe 6 on the play. Fred Oladele, I should say, the one to make the stop. The senior defensive lineman.
Numerous guys, but he was in there on that tackle. There was 3 white jerseys around the QB, but it's a big play right here for the Huntsville defense. 3rd and 4, kind of in no man's land here for Brenham at their own, or in the around the 38-yard line.
Shotgun snap. He'll hand it off to the running back in Glover, streaking past the left side, going back towards the middle, and is brought down at the Huntsville 29-yard line. More than enough to move the chains for a new set of downs.
Yeah, that was a nice read by Glover on the run. Kind of saw where the opening was and cut back just enough for the first down and a fresh set of downs. Huntsville's got to keep the D unit out there.
2:35 and counting left to go in the first half of play. Brenham leads 13-6 over your Huntsville Hornets. They are looking to extend the lead here with this drive. Huntsville looking to make the stop. Hartstack gets the shotgun snap. Actually, a wildcat play. Glover, the one who receives the snap, and is finally met by the Huntsville defense. There on the initial hit, Brent Carroll.
Yeah, wildcat play there. It didn't work from in the first quarter, but the direct snap there to Glover works out okay there. They picked up enough. Well, they picked up about 5 to make it 2nd and 6. Under 2-minute timeout here for minute 59 to go in this first half.
I remember that's something that is new for this season, I believe. If it wasn't installed last year, I can't remember, but the 2-minute warning that they now installed in high school football.
Okay.
For the second and fourth quarters, just like you see in the NFL.
Yeah, I think you're right. I saw it last night as well. I didn't realize it was brand new, but I thought we'd maybe have seen it before. But I saw it last night in the Thursday night openers. But yep, 2 minutes, and we've got a little timeout going here for each side to regroup things.
We're going to take a quick 30. Quick 30-second break just to kind of recollect, reset the situation afterwards. Again, 13-6 the score. Brenham leads Huntsville with 2 minutes left to go in the first half of play. Back after this.
Way, as the saying goes, but where there's no will, there's absolutely no way your last wishes will be known. You need to get serious about your estate and call Sam Moak at Moak & Moak to get your estate, will, and other documents updated now. Without a will and proper estate plan, the government decides with probate. You've put it off long enough. Sam A. Moak's practice is focused on estate planning, probate, elder law, real estate, and transactional law. Practical wisdom, trusted advice, and personal service. Moak & Moak, attorneys at law.
Teams back out on the field with 2 minutes left to go in the first half of play. 13-6 the score. Brenham ahead of Huntsville. Live from the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. Quick screen to the near sideline. Catch is made by the running back in C.J. Glover. Gets maybe a couple, but looks like he could only get back to the line of scrimmage as the pass came backwards to Glover. So it'll stay right where it is. 3rd down and 6 coming up as the clock winds down.
Huge play here for the Huntsville D.
Shotgun snap. Or was going to be. Now they look to the sideline, call the audible. 2 receivers to the far sideline, left of the line of scrimmage. Lone receiver to the near side, and Chris Guidry, a guy that we've called his name several times. Watch for that. And Hagan Frank also in the backfield. Floater up the middle of the field, and no flag on the play. Good job on the coverage there by Caden Mabus, the junior defensive back.
Yeah, the coach's kid got his body in front of the receiver's face, put his hands up, and the pass just hit him in the back. So he did a nice job on breaking that up, and this is no man's land here. This is 4th and 6 from the 25. I don't believe Brenham has a kicker that can get a field goal that deep, so they're going to go for it here on 4th and 6.
4th and 6. Try to get the defense to go offsides, but to no avail. And a timeout's going to be taken by Brenham. That timeout brought to you by University Heights Baptist Church. We will take it with them. Again, 13-6 a score. 1:11 left to go in the first half of play. Brenham leads Huntsville. Back out to this on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Who's ready for some football? Here at Wiesner Cadillac in Huntsville, football season kicks off the best deals of the year. Hi, folks. Clint Mack here with Wiesner Cadillac in Huntsville. Come in and get a 25 Cadillac CT5 starting at only $49,890, or a Cadillac XT5 starting at only $43,665. Want to go green? We've got a Cadillac Optic starting at only $49,995. But you need to hurry to Wiesner Cadillac in Huntsville and take advantage of these great deals before they're all gone. Or visit us online at WiesnerCadillac.com. Wiesner Cadillac, where we make dreams come true.
1:11 left to go in the first half of play. Brenham leads 13-6 over your Huntsville Hornets as we have a 4th down and 6 situation. Brenham, instead of going for it, will now bring out the kicker.
Okay, well, they are going to try a 42-yard field goal.
Snap, hold, kick. And that one will go wide left.
Okay, well, the Hornets make the stop. That one actually may have had enough distance, Jordan, but it was just a little bit left. So the kicker for Cienega for Brenham does have a little bit of a leg to try to get things done here if that comes into play later on in the night if we're tied. So keep that in mind as we proceed. But 1:05 here to go in the first half for the Hornets to try to do something.
Now here's something else, too, you have to remember. Huntsville deferred on the kickoff, so because of that, they get the ball to start the second half. Because of the fact that you're down by 7, you need a score, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown. Touchdown preferred, but get the field goal at minimum to then get the ball to start the second half and have a little bit of an advantage despite you being down. Shotgun snap, Adolph fakes the handoff, then gives it to his back in Trayshawn Brown, but he is met in the backfield by a bevy of Cubs defenders. It'll be a loss of what looks like 2, maybe 3 on the play, back to the 23-yard line. Clock winding down, under a minute left to go, and I believe a timeout was taken on the field. It'll be the last timeout taken by the Brenham Cubs. Again, that timeout brought to you by University Heights Baptist Church. We'll take it with them once again. Back here to Brenham, Texas after this on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Growing your business is challenging. Do what successful Walker County businesses do. Advertise on the radio. Hello, this is Tim Johnson, General Manager of the station. Radio is an efficient way to reach hardworking residents in need of your services. Just listen and you'll hear hundreds of local businesses growing every day. Let's get you started. Send an email to info@hehradio.com. We make it easy to grow your bottom line. That's info@hehradio.com.
13-6 the score, 57 seconds left to go in the first half of play. Back here in the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth alongside me, Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith. This is Huntsville. A restart play, 2nd down and 12. After the timeout, handoff. Here's Brown up the gut, charges forward over some Cubs defenders as he grounds and pounds his way to the 31-yard line. Not enough for a first down, but pretty close.
Nice run. Picked up enough yardage to make it 3rd and manageable. Doyle Brown, the D lineman for Brenham, in on that stop, but makes it 3rd and manageable here, Jordan. 3rd and 4, 30 seconds to go, and Mavis may be okay with just going into the locker room down 7.
Let's see what they got here. Looks like 3 wide on the near sideline to the left of the line of scrimmage. Lone receiver to the far side, the right side of the line of scrimmage. Shotgun, hands off to Singletary. He'll break on the left side with some open space and trudge his way to the 46-yard line and stop the clock. More importantly at that, with 8 seconds left to go. Remember, no timeouts for Huntsville. It left in this first half, still down 13-6.
That was Brown, though, on that one. He did a nice job carrying that ball around the edge and gets out of bounds with 8 seconds to go. But, yeah, it's time for one more play. It's probably a Hail Mary type thing. I don't know if they've got enough time for 2 plays here.
Adam Moak attorneys at law, first down, could potentially see the Hail Mary, hence why you see a cover 3 safety formation. Instead, they'll hand it off to Brown. He'll find a seam on the right, has a good block up the field, and will get spun around at the 44. Should be enough technically for the first down. We'll go ahead and give it to him. Another Moak attorney at law first down as they head to the locker room. Remember, Huntsville gets the ball to start the second half, but when we come back, we will break it all down for you in the Northside Baptist Church halftime report. We'll recap the first half of play. We'll check in on our Hornets nest with Shannon Duncan, and then we will take a look at some halftime adjustments as well and see what Huntsville can do to not only tie but get the lead back and sustain it and come out of Brenham, Texas with a win here tonight. Back to Brenham, Texas after this. It's the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports.
This is Cicely again with Hartfield Florist. In business for over 50 years, at Hartfield's we strive to meet all your floral needs every day. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and other special occasions, we can bring your vision to life and customize your unique request. Give us a call at 295-5448 or visit us online at HuntsvilleHartfieldFlorist.com. The Pierce family and everyone at Hartfield's wants to say thank you for allowing us to personalize your events just like we've been doing since 1957.
Hi, I'm Michael Murray with Murray Insurance and Financial Services. Our family agency has been representing the Huntsville and Walker County area since the 1930s. It can help you prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cat.
Your business works hard, and your internet should too. With Mid-South Fiber, you get fast speeds and full control. Prioritize critical devices, offer secure guest Wi-Fi, and keep your sensitive data safe. With built-in protection, all at no extra cost. Fiber that's as reliable as you are. That's the smart business move. That's Mid-South Fiber. Get started today at midsouthfiber.com.
Start your next adventure in an all-new 2025 Ford Expedition from Bill Fick Ford in Huntsville. Designed with meticulous attention and versatility, along with the spacious interiors families need for their busy lifestyles, makes the 2025 Ford Expedition the perfect vehicle. Its all-new multifunction Ford Splitgate allows easy access to the cargo area for larger items like kayaks or lumber. Hurry in today for a no bull deal or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
Proud supporter of Huntsville High School, Danny Doherty State Farm in Huntsville covers all your business, auto, home, life, and renter's insurance needs. Call or stop by the office and get a quote today. They will find the right policy to fit your needs. Call Danny Doherty State Farm Insurance at 936-295-2067. That's 936-295-2067. Or visit them at 2914 Montgomery Road in Huntsville.
Exceeding all expectations for 3 generations. You can call us day or night. McWilliams, we're the ones you trust. So count on us to come out and fix things right. When your plumbing is slow or your AC goes, we've got the best service round by far. Visit callmcwilliams.com. McWilliams, we're not comfortable until you are.
Well, while we may not be those three, alongside me, Dave Fanucci, my name is Jordan Smith, as we welcome you into the Northside Baptist Church halftime report. Your halftime score, Brenham 13, Huntsville 6, in the opener of the 2025 regular season. Dave, just kind of first thoughts on what we've seen from both sides of the ball for the Huntsville Hornets tonight.
Well, first thought is, wow, really an evenly matched game so far. Really, the only difference in the game is one play that Brenham stripped a ball out of the running back's hands for Huntsville down here close in the deep into the on Huntsville's own side of the field. where they just took it for a scoop and score for a 15-yard touchdown. That's the only difference in the game.
Right.
Other than that, we're tied at 6. But really what it was a scoreless first quarter where each team was feeling each other out, kind of seeing what they could do offensively and defensively, making some plays. It was kind of a very even first quarter. Second quarter, both teams scored a touchdown. Huntsville got an interception. Brown ran one in. So, they were right there. Like I said, it's even. It's a very evenly matched game so far. One play is a difference, and if I were to add anything else to that, it's a sort of a momentary lapse on special teams that caused the bad field position by Huntsville when they caught a kickoff, and instead of allowing it to go out of bounds at the 5, the runner, the kick returner accidentally stepped out of bounds and started that drive on the 5. That was right after Brenham tied the game at 6. So that led to the bad fumble play and the scoop and score, and that was the momentum that changed it late in the second quarter. I think Huntsville can come out here, learn from a couple of those mistakes on special teams, keep doing what they're doing on defense, but offensively, the passing game hasn't been there for Huntsville. Really hasn't. I haven't seen passes go over the middle to wide receivers or down the sideline. It's really a Trayshawn Brown show running the ball. So you've got to get some variety of pass plays involved offensively to mix things up.
And I will tell you that's traditional Huntsville. It is ground and pound style offense. And that's my favorite style of offense. I will tell you, I am a West Coast purist. Loved it when Gary Kubiak ran it down here in Houston back in the days of the Texans. And I'm a guy I'm a firm believer. The running back is, besides obviously the quarterback, who is the main talent of the offense, running back's right there at number 2. You got to have a good running back if you want to have a balanced offense. And a guy like Trayshawn Brown, he allows Huntsville to create those opportunities. And we've seen some decent passes from Adolph in this ball game, but either they've just been a hair too much, like we saw on the floater over the middle of the field that was like a good 30 yards. That was caught. That's a touchdown, right? But it was just a hair too big. There's been some other plays where that pressure from the front 7 from Brenham has forced Adolph to have to go unbalanced and go on his feet a little bit. But again, we've seen a lot of good runs to the outside. We've seen a lot of good runs eventually through the middle of the offensive line from Trayshawn Brown. But again, something we saw early in the game, and it cleaned up very quickly afterwards, were the few holding penalties that were in that first couple of drives that stalled out those huge run plays by Brown and those very first few drives of the ball game. Good to see that cleaned up as the game progressed.
Yeah, that's a great summary of what we've seen here so far. What I really like is this defensive front line of the Hornets. These 3 guys up front are just big-time guys. This D-line, this Fred Oladale, 6'2", 240 senior, number 99, all over the middle, creating havoc all over the middle of the field. Then you've got Isaiah Lewis, the nose tackle, right in the middle of the action, 295, 6'3". He's a senior as well. And then the other senior, Jaden Bradford, 255, 6 foot. Those 3 guys, man, the Brenham offensive line can't handle them. They can't handle them. They're huge, and they're right in the middle of all the activity, which is why Brenham just hasn't run the ball up the middle at all.
Right. I was going to say, talking about that defense specifically, they have really had a good, solid game up front, like you mentioned, really liking that front 7 for Huntsville with this 3-4 defense that they have this season. But really, it was a lot of good pressure plays up the gut. It's a lot of good coverages as well, especially from Mabus in the secondary, the junior defensive back. A lot of good coverage back there. tipping away a lot of deep passes and being in that right spot at the right time, especially the one that was 6 yards deep in the end zone for Brenham. He seems like he's had a good game coverage-wise so far tonight.
This game's going to come down, I think, to one possession. I mean, I feel like Huntsville's going to get back in this thing. There really should be a tie game. It was a fluke turnover play that
right.
on the running back, just kind of losing the ball, kind of got stripped and it popped in the air, and Espinoza catches it and runs it into the end zone for the go-ahead touchdown. It really should be a 6-6 game. I feel like this is going to be a one-possession game all the way to the end.
Take a quick break. When we come back as part of the Northside Baptist Church halftime report, we check in with Shannon Hollis, the Hornets Nest halftime feature for you to give you an update on what's going on in and around Huntsville ISD. Again, your score 13-6. Brenham leads your Huntsville Hornets here in the opening Friday night lights of the 2025 regular season. Back to Brenham, Texas after this here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Halftime is a time of rest and refueling, a time to reflect and get ready for what is coming. Friends, Sundays are a great halftime for your life. The last week is behind you, and Sunday is a fresh start to a new week. It's to be a day of rest, a day to recharge. We believe there's no better place to do this than Northside Baptist Church. I invite you to come see us soon. I believe you'll be recharged and replenished as we worship God together. Come to the cross. We'll show you the Savior. I'm Reagan Cooksey, pastor of Northside Baptist Church. Are you listening?
It's time to stir up the Hornets' Nest. Brought to you by Wiesner of Huntsville. Here's Shannon Hollis.
Happy Friday Night Lights, Hornet Nation fans. We appreciate you tuning in and listening to the broadcast of tonight's Hornet football game here on KSAM. Here's what's buzzing in HISD this week. Can you believe August flew right by and September will be here on Monday? We've had a wonderful start to this new school year. If you haven't already registered your child to attend school this year, we welcome you and your family to HISD. We continue to enroll new students daily at all of our campuses. All registration is done online in the Skyward Family Access Center parent portal. If you are ready to enroll your child but you don't have a parent portal, just log in and create one. It's that easy. Everything you need to access Skyward and register your child for school can be found on the district website. If you are enrolling a new pre-K through 5th grader and you have questions or need any assistance, please contact the child's zoned or assigned campus for assistance, and they'll be happy to help you. Our school bus ridership is up, up, up. Remember, if your child will need to ride the school bus at any point this year, they must be registered to ride and approved first. Bus registration can be found in the Skyward Family Access Center parent portal too, as part of the enrollment process. If you have any questions about bus registration, please contact the HISD Transportation Department. We're still waiting to hear back if the district has been approved for the community eligibility provision from the Texas Department of Agriculture that would allow us to offer all enrolled students, regardless of household income, all of their school meals for free. That would mean free breakfast, lunch, and dinner to all students for the entire school year. How awesome would that be? We will continue to provide updates and let you know as soon as a final decision has been received. In the meantime, we're happy to serve all HISD students until further notice. While we wait, we need to collect a free and reduced price meal application for every student, regardless of household income or qualification. This information will help the district in other areas. If you haven't returned your forms yet, please turn them into the campus as soon as possible. You will be receiving reminder notifications from the district often about this matter. If you have any questions about school meals or the forms, please contact the HISD Child Nutrition Services Department today. Huntsville Athletics is all abuzz. Hornets and Lady Hornets are competing everywhere. Our Lady Hornet volleyball is hot, hot, hot. Our cross-country team is heating up the trails, and Hornet football is finally here. The Huntsville Grenadier Guard drill team is hosting their Little GG Clinic on September the 6th at Huntsville High School from 9 a.m. until noon. The clinic is open to kids 4 years old through 5th grade. Registration is $50 per child, and that will include a game day shirt, craft, and snacks. Then the Little GGs will be invited to perform with the Big GGs on Friday night, September the 12th, on the field for pregame at the Huntsville ISD Stadium. Get your kiddos signed up today. More information can be found on social media. Save the date. Hornet Homecoming is scheduled for Friday, September the 26th, and we can't wait to see everyone come home to Huntsville, to HISD Stadium to help us pack the stands. We have a change to the homecoming parade this year. The parade will be on Wednesday, September the 24th at 6:15 p.m., not the traditional Thursday. This great change will allow even more students to get the opportunity to participate in the parade or attend, since many of them have had conflicts and had to miss before when the parade was held on Thursday. So put it on your calendars and get ready to come line the streets of Huntsville to support our Hornets for Homecoming 2025. We are Huntsville, one team, one vision. And as one of the largest employers in this community, Huntsville ISD is a wonderful place to work. We have a competitive compensation plan with 9 years of consistent raises, as well as offering great benefits to our employees. Come build champions with us. We still have some employment opportunities available across the district, and we're always hiring bus drivers and substitutes, and there are still some teaching and support positions open too. We invite you to apply online today and then come join the Hornet team. Safety and security will always be a top priority for Huntsville ISD. Parents and visitors should always check in at the front office or the kiosk when visiting any of our campuses or facilities. We encourage volunteers throughout the district too. You too can help us build champions. If you'd like to volunteer, visit the district website. Select the menu, then the community tab, and then the volunteer mentor information for registering to become a volunteer. Lastly, we have a district closure this coming Monday, September the 1st, for the Labor Day holiday. All campuses and facilities will be closed on Monday. We wish everyone a very safe and happy long holiday weekend. It's a great day to be a Hornet. We are building champions, everyone, every day. We wish all of our families and fans safe travels home tonight after the game. Hope you enjoy listening to the rest of tonight's game here on KSAM. Good luck, Hornets. Let's sting 'em.
Halftime is a time of rest and refueling, a time to reflect and get ready for what is coming. Friends, Sundays are a great halftime for your life. The last week is behind you, and Sunday is a fresh start to a new week. It's to be a day of rest, a day to recharge. We believe there's no better place to do this than Northside Baptist Church. I invite you to come see us soon. I believe you'll be recharged and replenished as we worship God together. Come to the cross. We'll show you the Savior. I'm Reagan Cooksey, pastor of Northside Baptist Church. Are you listening?
Hornet pride lives on KSAM. Sting 'em Hornets.
Brenham, Texas, for the Northside Baptist Church halftime report. The Brenham Cubs lead your Huntsville Hornets 13-6. There's about 7:40 left to go in this halftime break. Dave, again, just kind of recapping the first half of things and looking at kind of the things that went right, things that maybe didn't go as well as some of the players start to come back out on the field. Now, what have you seen from this new coaching staff and the way that they've called the game so far that has really stood out to you and that you've really enjoyed seeing kind of with the balance of the run and the pass?
Well, at first, we kind of mentioned it early. I think both quarterbacks are more comfortable with the run game. Hartstock isn't running quite as much as Adolph is.
Right.
Hartstock is throwing the ball, lofting balls up into the air, trying to hit his receivers going down the sideline and whatnot. Adolph, like I said, is mostly running it with Brown. I don't see a lot of activity. Marcus Lewis hasn't made a catch yet, I don't believe. Number 3, the senior wideout for the Hornets, does not have a catch, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken. But, like we mentioned, you even said it, Huntsville is a ground and pound game. They're a running team. So that's what they're going to do, and Brenham is trying to mix in a little bit more of both sides of things with Glover running it and them also passing the ball. To recap the scoring for you folks, though, here, let's get into that. There was no score in the first half, in the first quarter. But we did have a field goal attempt blocked by Brenham. Huntsville got into field goal range, but their field goal kick somebody got a hand up on Caleb Kulak's kick, and it was blocked. So after one quarter, we were scoreless. Then we went into the second quarter, and the big play was an interception, Jordan, to start things off here on as Brenham had the ball on their own side of the field. The Hornets made an interception, and that kind of switched momentum there right early in the second quarter. They had a great job on defense to get the pick, and then Brown a few plays later ran one in on a left side sweep to give the Hornets a 6-0 lead from 7 yards out. So the Hornets were the first team to score in this game and on the season. So they led it 7-zip. They kicked off, and Brenham did a really nice job to come straight back down the field and score. They did a combination of running and passing the ball, and it ended up with Hartstock hitting Guidry on about a 25-yard pass play, I want to say, over the middle. Guidry was there, and he was. They found him in the end zone for the touchdown pass. They threw it in the end zone from that amount of yardage out. That's an aspect that we have not seen Huntsville do whatsoever. They don't have any pass plays longer than just a few yards. So nothing thrown down the field like Brenham can. And then finally, the big play of the night after it was 6-6, and Huntsville blocked the extra point to keep it a tie game. We talked about it. The kickoff comes down here. Huntsville accidentally steps out of bounds at the 5-yard line. A few plays later, the fumble, Espinoza gobbles it up, runs it in the end zone, and that's where we're at, 13-6.
Take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have our halftime adjustments with Dave Fanucci, not named Brian Adams, here this evening. Again, here in the Northside Baptist Church halftime report, 13-6 is the score. The Brenham Cubs ahead of your Huntsville Hornets here in the first game of the 2025 regular season. Back to Brenham, Texas after this here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Hi, I'm Reagan Cooksey, and I have a thought I want to share with you. Are you listening? My mother used to sing a song to my brother and me when summer came to an end and the school year got underway. We dreaded the end of summer, having to get back to the regiment school days. I dreaded that song. If Mom were here, she could sing her song because the new school year is up and running. So with this reminder in hand, I want to caution each of us to be very careful in school zones. The students will be excited and may not pay as close attention as they should, so we must watch out for them. Observe the speed limits and heed the warning signs. Let's get off to a good start and stay safe throughout this school year. And by the way, sting 'em, Hornets. I'm Reagan Cooksey, pastor of Northside Baptist Church. Are you listening? Northside Baptist Church is a vibrant, growing body of believers located at 1207 FM 980 in Huntsville, Texas. Check us out on the web at nbchuntsville.com. Northside Baptist Church, growing people in Christ to reach people for Christ.
Back here at the legendary Cubs Stadium as part of the Northside Baptist Church halftime report, it's 13-6. The Brenham Cubs lead your Huntsville Hornets. Is to wrap up the Northside Baptist Church halftime report, Dave Fanucci, give me your halftime adjustments, your keys to the second half for Huntsville to make the comeback and get out of the hill country with a victory.
Well, I'd like to see them continue handing the ball off, obviously get the ball into Trayshawn Brown's hands. But I'd like to see some mixed plays in to try to get the receiver Marcus Lewis involved. The wideout has not been involved whatsoever. Let's try to get the ball in his hands a few times, whether it's an quick outside pass to the outside or 10 or 15 yards down the field, so that Brenham's defense can see that, hey, these guys can throw the ball over the middle and down the field too, and they're not just keying on a run every single play. That they're saying, hey, the ball's going into Brown's hands. Mm-hmm. If the whole defense of Brenham knows, hey, the only guy they got to give the ball to is Brown, and we got to watch him running it or Adolph taking off himself, and there's no threat of a passing game, that's an easier defensive alignment for Brenham to stop.
That does it for the Northside Baptist Church halftime report. When we come back, third quarter action here in the opening game of the 2025 regular season. The Brenham Cubs lead your Huntsville Hornets 13-6. Take a quick break. Be back after this on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
This has been a Northside Baptist Church Huntsville Hornets halftime report. Stay tuned for more Huntsville High School football on KSAM.
Since 1957, Walker County Federal Credit Union has been right here, helping our neighbors achieve their financial goals. Whether it's saving for the future or securing a personal loan, Walker County Federal Credit Union is committed to offering top-of-the-line service in a comfortable atmosphere. Their members aren't just customers, they're part of the credit union family. Stop by 1802 Normal Park Drive or visit online at walkercountyfcu.com. Walker County Federal Credit Union, proud to be your hometown financial partner. Member NCUA.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. You can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, State Farm agent Diana K. Barnes, right here in Huntsville, can switch you over so you can start saving today. Diana and her team are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. Just give her a call. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Growing your business is challenging. Do what successful Walker County businesses do. Advertise on the radio. Hello, this is Tim Johnson, General Manager of the station. Radio is an efficient way to reach hardworking residents in need of your services. Just listen, and you'll hear hundreds of local businesses growing every day. Let's get you started. Send an email to info@txhsfb.com. We make it easy to grow your bottom line. That's info@txhsfb.com.
Who's ready for some football? Here at Wiesner Chevrolet in Huntsville, football season kicks off the best deals of the year. Hi, folks. Clint Mack here with Wiesner Chevy in Huntsville. We've got great deals on the 25s. Come in and get a 1500 crew cab starting at only $39,890, or Chevy Trax starting at only $21,895. Want to go green? We've got the Chevy Equinox EV starting at only $39,995. But you need to hurry to Wiesner Chevy in Huntsville to take advantage of these great deals before they're all gone. Visit us online at WiesnerHuntsville.com. Wiesner is home of the bottom line.
Back for second half action here in the opener of the 2025 regular season between the Brenham Cubs and your Huntsville Hornets. 13-6 is the score. The Cubbies ahead of the Hornets as we send things to the third quarter now, which is brought to you by Amaya's Collision Center here in the broadcast, the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. My name is Jordan Smith, and handing it back over for the third quarter is Dave Fanucci.
Thanks, Jordan. We're getting ready, and the kick is in the air here for the third quarter, going from our right to your left on your radio dials as the Huntsville Hornets return the kick off back to about the 15-yard line here as we get set for the Amaya's Collision Center third quarter of play. Huntsville gets the ball first. They did defer in the opening kick. They have the ball first here. We'll see what kind of adjustments they make coming out for the second half. And get things rolling here, down 7 with Adolph at QB and Brown in the backfield again. Ball is placed at the 16. As we get set for the Amaya's Collision Center third quarter. And it's Adolph going to clap his hands and take the first snap. Brown is absolutely engulfed with zero space to run as he tries a sweep around the left side. Jordan, there had to be 7 green jerseys in and around him as he lost at least 5 yards there. That was a negative play to start the second half for Huntsville. Not the way you want to see it.
That's the last thing you want to see to start any half of play, any drive regardless. Hopefully they can bounce back here on this next play.
It was a loss of 4. Scoreboard saying 2nd and 14. And Adolph's going to clap his hands here as the play clock runs down. Brown is tripped up going right side here. He may have gotten 2 or 3 back. Still going to be 3rd and long for the Hornets offensively, deep in their own territory at the 14. So, again, just a couple of run plays straight ahead with, not really straight ahead, but kind of around the outside, right or left with Brown, and the Brenham defense is right there to stop that.
And obviously, you know they talked about that in the locker room for Brenham. going and waiting and anticipating those outside sweeps because you know they're going to try to run it.
And Adolph's got it back here, and he's chased around. He throws it away. They may call that a fumble. He throws it. His arm was in motion, and the ball just got knocked out of there, but it bounced back up into the arms and hands, luckily, of a Huntsville lineman. He was chased from behind. That's going to count as a fumble recovered by Huntsville, and the first drive of the second half for Huntsville is a nightmare. 3 and out, and just going backwards here as Brenham's defense obviously is very aware of what's happening and is causing now the Hornets to punt from deep in their own end zone as their punter is standing in the end zone, boots it away, a line drive low that gets a great kick, but returned by Brenham back to the 40. It gets a great bounce rolling. Returning was Guidry as he picked it up on the ground and ran it back and out of bounds to the 40-yard line where the Brenham Cubs will have the football to start their first possession of the third quarter here in the Amaya Collision Center third quarter of play.
Speaking of which, this game being brought to you by Amaya's Collision Center, family owned and operated since 1999. Moke & Moke Attorneys at Law. For your estate planning, real estate, or business law needs, call Moke & Moke Attorneys at Law, serving Huntsville since 1971 and Huntsville Independent School District. It's a great day to be a Hornet. We're building champions, everyone, every day.
First play for Brenham is a swing pass out to the edge, caught by Guidry. That is immediately tackled by his defender. That's number 2 for the Hornets, Trey Scott III on that coverage, but it was complete for about 4 yards. Going to be 2nd and 6 here from the 36 for the Cubs. The Cubs send out 4 coaches in khaki pants and green shirts, all to send in the signals to the players. They walk about 4 yards out onto the grass, and they make the signal calls. Here's a slant pattern. Complete for the Cubs. And that one goes to number 17, Nate Rao. First time we've called his name all night on a slant to the left side, a first down for Brenham as they move the chains. Fresh set of downs from the 26. Back to pass, over the middle, incomplete, broken up. 2 defenders there.
Flag. It's going to be pass interference on the defense. I think they're going to get Trey Scott III, the senior defensive back, on him and say that he was draped all over him.
He was draped over the back. Incomplete. Trey Scott is shaking his head. And that could move the ball deeper into the red zone here for the Cubs. But as I was saying, Jordan, the 4 coaches for Brenham come out onto the field, and the Huntsville has no idea which one is giving the signals. They're all 4 of them are standing out there to give every play call for Brenham. That was a 15-yard pass interference call on Scott. And now Brenham threatening to go up 2 scores here with 8:32 to go in the third quarter here. They are on the 12-yard line. 1st and 10 from the 12. Hartstock in command for this Brenham Cub offense. It's Glover standing right next to him out of the shotgun in the backfield, and they hand it to, they fake the pass. Here's a slant towards Guidry. A quick slant is
Another
incomplete.
flag.
They just threw it too, Jordan.
They're going to call, I think, interference again on Trey Scott. That one is a little more confusing because, as we know the rule, if it's interference, it has to be catchable.
Well, it was also a late flag. I thought it was an incomplete pass, but
let's see what the call is from the referee.
4 or 5 seconds later.
We have a hold on an eligible receiver.
Wow.
Okay.
Holding.
So they say that Trey Scott was holding him down and not allowing him to jump up to make the catch.
Well, that puts Brenham even closer.
I believe that's a half a distance to the goal line,
is
right?
that a... Okay, so
is that a 5-yard? No, it's just a 5-yard, I think. Half the distance. There you go. So, yeah, I had my first guess right. I got to believe in myself more.
And it's first and goal from the 6, Jordan. This is a big-time crunch play on defense here for the Hornets. Here's the pass to the outside, and that is going to be caught. Did he catch it? No, it was trapped.
They haven't made the call yet.
They haven't called it.
They say incomplete.
Incomplete, though. He came up with the ball, but I believe it trapped to the ground. They're calling it a touchdown?
No, incomplete.
Incomplete. All right. Guidry came up with that ball, but it was trapped on the ground on a quick pass to the corner of the end zone there. That is second and goal for Brenham now. And this is a wildcat to Glover. Straight ahead. Nowhere to sled. White jerseys eat that up. We've been talking about it. There's 52 right in the mix there. Isaiah Lewis, you're going to run straight ahead at those guys. That's going to be tough to get through and by those guys.
You run at the nose tackle, he's going to punch you in the nose, and that's exactly what Isaiah Lewis did right there, the senior lineman, getting it done using all 295 pounds of him to just power through and say, hey, you're not getting it 6 today, buddy. You're going to have to wait till another game.
Huge play here, third down. Pass to the end zone, touchdown. It's from Glover to, as he ran towards the right side, threw it to number 7 for the score. Hagen Frank, the halfback, Jordan, who on a sort of a little gadgety play, Glover started sweeping to the right side and then saw his halfback open in the flat and just flipped it to Frank for the touchdown. He caught right into the front right edge of the corner, and the Cubs extend the lead. The kick is up and good, and that is going to make your score, ladies and gentlemen, 20-6. The Brenham Cubs will be back on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
They don't build cars like they used to, and they don't repair them like they used to either. Today's vehicles contain advanced lightweight materials and safety features like crumple zones and sensors that help protect your family. Repairing them properly after a collision requires up-to-date training. Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45 has it. They're among only 15% of shops to meet the industry's highest training standards as a gold-class business. When you pick a collision repair shop, make the smart choice for your family's safety. Choose gold-class trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center, 686 I-45.
This is BJ McMichael, Minister of Students and Outreach at University Heights Baptist Church and a proud 1993 Hornet graduate. At UHBC, we believe Sunday is game day for your faith. We start at 8 a.m. with our traditional worship. Then both at 9:30 and at 11, you have options. Huddle up in a small group or attend contemporary worship. 2 time slots with the same great options. Don't forget about Wednesday nights from 6 to 7:30 Bible studies and programming for every age and stage. If you don't already have a church home, we want to invite you to add church to your weekly game plan. We'll save you a seat. Sting 'em Hornets.
Start your next adventure in an all-new 2025 Ford Expedition from Bill Fick Ford in Huntsville. Designed with meticulous attention and versatility, along with the spacious interiors families need for their busy lifestyles, makes the 2025 Ford Expedition the perfect vehicle. Its all-new multifunction Ford Splitgate allows easy access to the cargo area for larger items like kayaks or lumber. Hurry in today for a no-bull deal or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
Welcome back into the Frank's Taco Station press box booth here in Brenham. The Cubs kicked off, and Coach Mabus put Brown back there to return the kick, Jordan, and he got it all the way back, a great return, all the way back to the 45-yard line where the Hornets will set up on offense. We'll be momentarily for the read for you here in a second, Jordan, as we get back to the action here in 1st and 10. Huge possession here for the Hornets to try to get some momentum back going on offense, and at least this time, Jordan, they don't have to start way back on their own in their own territory. They're almost at midfield. Here's Adolph rolling, going to throw to his left, and tried to get it as he rolled to his left. Tried to throw across his body to 28. Jarius Singletary, the tight end, and just couldn't complete it. Good idea, but could not get the ball into Singletary's hands. 2nd and 10.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. You can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, State Farm agent Diana K. Barnes, right here in Huntsville, can switch you over so you can start saving today. Diana and her team are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. Just give her a call. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
A timeout now taken as we come back from break. The timeout brought to you by University Heights Baptist Church.
While that was playing, the Hornets did run a play and did not gain any yards. Is that correct, Jordan? I did see a run play, but the scoreboard says 1st and 10. I don't know if it's 1st and 10 or 2nd and 10, but they ran a play for no yards. They ran a run play.
It's 3rd down. 3rd down and looks to be 8.
3rd and 8. Yeah, that's what it was. It was, did not think that scoreboard was right, but it's 3rd and 8 for the Hornets coming up after this timeout. University Heights Baptist Church timeout.
Well, we got a moment once again. Let's try it one more time. Let's play our legal ID here. We'll be right back after this on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network.
Hornet pride lives on KSAM. Sting 'em Hornets.
This is BJ McMichael, Minister of Students and Outreach at University Heights Baptist Church and a proud 1993 Hornet graduate. At UHBC, we believe Sunday is game day for your faith. We start at 8 a.m. with our traditional worship. Then both at 9:30 and at 11, you have options. Huddle up in a small group or attend contemporary worship. 2 time slots with the same great options. Don't forget about Wednesday nights from 6 to 7:30 Bible studies and programming for every age and stage. If you don't already have a church home, we want to invite you to add church to your weekly game plan. We'll save you a seat. Sting 'em Hornets.
And back to the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth here. Bad news for Hornets fan that was running. We ran a play here to the right side, tried to throw a pass, but it was broken up by Colton Nicholson of the Brenham defense, rolling to the right as Adolph could not find his receiver. And we have a player down on the field right now from the Brenham side who is nicked up and being attended to by the trainers. Unfortunately, it is 4th and 8 for the Hornets on offense. So the great kick return by Brown out to the 45, and they've only gained 2 yards out of that. And are facing a 4th and 8 situation here with 6:57 to go in the third. Kind of getting to the point, Jordan, where things are really not starting to look great for the Hornet Nation so far. They're down 14. And it looks like the punter's out on the field here, so they are going to punt this football away. But in my estimation, Jordan, if Brenham is able to do anything here and go down and score again, this is going to be a monumental task for Huntsville to try and come back and win this game. So this is a huge defensive scenario coming up for the Hornets after this punt. And the punt is the snap is low, but it is booted away. It's kind of a short kick. It takes a Huntsville bounce, so that is very nice. What a bounce this is, Jordan. Rolls it all the way inside the 10. What a great job by the Hornets there. And Caleb Kulak, the senior kicker and punter, just kind of line drive that thing down, and Brenham just let it roll. Luckily, it was rolling the right direction for Huntsville, and they downed it at the 7-yard line where the Cubs will take over on offense here in the Amaya's Collision Center third quarter. We have 6 minutes and 43 seconds to go in the third. But Brenham leads it by 2 touchdowns. The Huntsville offense has not scored since early in the second quarter. A 1 touchdown here so far tonight. But it's back to work on defense, trying to prevent this Cub team from extending the lead, and they're going to pass it out to the edge. That's the pass to the tight end in the flat open, but a series of white jerseys hold up the tight end who makes the catch, Nate Rao, the senior. Actually, he was a wideout in the slot there that made that catch, and Huntsville's defense swarmed to him after a 9-yard play, which makes it 2nd and 1 here for the Cubs. The Cubs are taking their time for sure with a 14-point lead. Here's Hartstock out of the shotgun, going to fake the handoff, double pumps, throws it deep down the right sideline towards his receiver. I don't see any flags. It was broken up by Trey Scott. That time, that battle, that whole time down the right side of the field, and that's Trey Scott's territory over there, Jordan.
Yeah, again, just great job on the coverage there. Again, there's the over-the-top floater that we've seen from Hartstock so many times here tonight already, and just not able to place it once again. You think the law of averages, the more you throw, eventually one has to fall, right?
Yep.
And the receiver's been able to get by the corner, not by much though, on each of those opportunities. So we'll see if he goes back to it at some point.
Here's 3rd and short on the Wildcat, and the Hornets swallow him up, and they drill him backwards. The Hornet D read it perfectly. That was Glover on the Wildcat. They didn't fall for it. They swarmed to the ball, and it went backwards on the Cubs and deep in his own territory. That is a huge stop for the Hornets right there. That is exactly what they needed to get back in this thing. Man, it was 2nd and 1, and they make the stop. They prevent the Cubs from getting a first down deep in their own territory. And this is going to be a punt for the Cubs from their 16-yard line.
Yeah, just
the returner is standing. It's a very good punt, booted deep, and the returner catches it at his own 40. So that is, again, decent field position for the Hornets to start, where they will take over on offense here now with 5 minutes to go in the Amaya's Collision Center third quarter. 39-yard line, the ball is placed, and we'll see what Coach Mabus decides to do here, again, to try to mix up this offensive scheme and get some movement and some momentum going for his guys on the offensive side of the ball and pick up some first downs. Moak and Moak attorneys at law first down. Here's Adolph, and his first pass attempt to the edge. Number 16 for Brenham sticks his hand up in the air, Jace Mueller, and knocks it down. So a quick slant pass out to the edge, no good.
And again, they're trying to mix things up a little bit. They're trying those quick screens. They're trying to use the pass game more this second half, but it just has not. They haven't been able to get that right spot on these throws yet this second half. Hopefully that changes here soon.
Yeah, hasn't developed yet. Here's Adolph going to, on the RPO, gives it to Brown. He breaks through. He's got opening and a lot of grass. Forward for big-time yardage and more. Dragged down by the last offender, and Brown finally kind of gets a nice little chunk yardage play on a late handoff RPO that kind of froze the Brenham D, and he swung around to the edge and finally got free.
Yeah, another Moak and Moak attorneys at law. First down there, just a tremendous play, like you said, the delay RPO, and it really.
And now this one, Jordan, is kind of a broken play.
Yeah.
Adolph took a bad snap to his left, didn't know what to do with it, tried to start running, and 4 green jerseys sacked him. Wow, a huge run forward, and then you take 1 step backwards after that. A loss of 10. 2nd and 20 here for the Hornets. They did get some breathing room in that long gain by Brown. They're in Brenham territory here at the 40. About 4 minutes to go in the Amayas Collision Center third quarter. And Adolph going to reset things on 2nd and 20 here. What can they do here? Another bad snap through his hands. He fell down, and now he might even get, no, he didn't get the ball. He tripped and fell behind him, and just like that, Brenham recovers the fumble and carries the momentum back over to their direction. My goodness. Adolph just, the snap again was a little bit to his left and one-handed it and went behind him. Then he went to pick it up and slipped. And we'll see who are they giving this ball to, Jordan? Brenham recovers the fumble. Jeez, my goodness. It's not the worst field position in the world. It is in Huntsville's territory, though.
There's tremendous field position for Brenham, and you can see Mavis is talking to one of the officials and be like, hey, what the heck? Why isn't there a penalty on the dive down? I don't know what he's actually saying, but that's my only assumption that you can think of. But either way, the point is, bad snap, lose the ball, now you got to save it here.
And now a huge run to the left, breaking free for Brenham down the sideline is Glover all the way inside the 10. A massive run, and this thing just momentum shifting over and over again. Is there a flag?
There's
there
a
is
flag
a
on the
flag.
play, way behind
way
and way
back
after.
Here on the 30.
It's going to be taunting, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Yeah, and it is a flag way back here on the 30-yard line.
It was after the play. You'll hear the ref talk about it right now. So what was happening was he was locked in with a Huntsville defender way behind the play. And afterwards, when the running back made the huge run, he got up immediately, threw his hand in the air like, hey, first down. And then as he was kind of passing him, was doing a little skip and eyeing him and purposely looking at him and saying stuff. And so that's what got the referee from the middle of the field to throw the flag up. And now you're not inside the 10-yard line anymore. You're now outside of the red zone because of that.
Yep. It does change things up a little bit, but still, the offensive play is working for Brenham. And the play calling is syncing up well for the Cubs as they lead it by 2 touchdowns here, 20-6, and looking for more. Here is Glover trying to run straight ahead, but he runs into those big white jerseys on the right side after a pickup of a couple. And
looks like Caleb Franklin on the stop.
Going to be 2nd and about 8. 3 minutes showing on the clock here in the Amayas Collision Center third quarter. Brenham trying to extend their lead. Back to pass, looking to throw. Going to loft it towards the receiver in the end zone. Did he catch it? He did! One-handed catch with 2 defenders on him. Touchdown, Brenham. Caught by number 3 in the end zone. That was Glover out of the backfield, running down the field. Had 2 guys converging on him near the front right pylon. Reached up and caught, brought the ball back in one-handed and made the catch. Brenham extends the lead 26-6, pending this extra point.
And there's the pass that I was talking about. You loft them, they go too long. Eventually, it's going to find the spot that fits just right. And that was the only place that you could put that football on that kind of a throw.
Yep. We'll take a break here, 27-6 after the extra point is good for Brenham. We'll come back to the Frank's Taco Shop press box stand here in Brenham, but the Cubs lead it 27-6 on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Radio Network powered by KSAM Sports.
I'm Jerry Larson at Reliable Auto Parts, your auto parts plus store in Huntsville, Texas, having great products, excellent quality, and outstanding prices. This is what you can expect from Reliable Parts, where you can purchase all your car care products, maintenance supplies, and auto parts. Our services and in-house store offerings are designed to keep your vehicle and motorized machine in proper working condition. Reliable Parts, your auto parts store, 1011 11th Street, Huntsville, 295-5747.
Who's ready for some football? Here at Wiesner Buick GMC in Huntsville, football season kicks off the best deals of the year. Hi folks, Clint Mack here with Wiesner Buick GMC in Huntsville. Come in and get a 1500 double cab starting at only $34,930, or a Buick Encore GX starting at only $21,895. Want to go green? We've got a 24 GMC Hummer, take $22,000 off the MSRP. But you need to hurry in to Wiesner Buick GMC in Huntsville to take advantage of these great deals before they're all gone. Visit us online at WiesnerHuntsville.com. Wiesner is home of the bottom line.
Welcome back into the Frank's Taco Stand broadcast booth, Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. We have a flag down on the field during the kick return here after Brenham kicks off to Huntsville after their second touchdown here in the Amaya Collision Center third quarter. They've outscored Huntsville in the third 14-0 with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this third. Huntsville has the ball back.
During the return, we have a hold on line, 10 yards from the
And things continuing to go wrong for your Hornets. It is just nothing going right here now anymore for the Hornets here in the third. This was a 13-6 game at the half, and really the momentum of the game shifted completely on the scoop and score kind of crazy pop fumble touchdown return by Brenham with about 5 minutes left in the first half in a 6-6 game, and nothing has gone right since for Huntsville. But we're trying again here on offense as they line things up with 2.5 minutes to go in the third. Adolph has Brown to his left. He's going to pass it out to a receiver on the flat. And now another fumble as the ball pops out. The ball was caught by Brown. He was hit. He was running forward. The ball pops out of there and recovered by Huntsville. Number 7 makes the play there. Thankfully, Landon Fisher fell on it, and it keeps the ball in the possession of the Hornets. We do have a timeout on the field. We'll need to take a break here as a player from Brenham is having trouble getting up here in the Amaya Collision Center third quarter. We'll be back on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports.
TWFG and More Insurance has been proudly serving the Huntsville and Walker County area since 2003. Ranked number 1 in Texas as an independently owned insurance provider, our independence affords us the freedom to shop insurance carriers and coverages that best suits our client-specific needs. TWFG offers personal and commercial, life, health, and flood insurance. Call Waylon Moore at 936-293-8121 or drop by 1212 10th Street in Huntsville, Texas. At TWFG and More Insurance, our policy is caring.
Traylon Kelly. Back to the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth in Brenham, Texas, as number 6 for Brenham walks off the field under his own power, but wobbly Traylon Kelly. And he will head to the sidelines as the Hornets line up on offense at the 30-yard line after the completed catch and then fumble forward. 1st and 10. Adolph back to pass, going to look to throw it down the field, has a receiver wide open, and the best pass play of the night connects to number 10, to Darian Harrison. But I hate to say it, Jordan, he got popped as soon as he caught the ball.
just a little bit.
How would you describe the hit?
No, yeah, he definitely got popped as we watch it here on our screen. But the fact that he was able to maintain the catch and still come down with possession. And, of course,
what do we have on it?
I talked about it not happening again since the first quarter, and, well, it's back. We have another holding penalty, it looks like. That brings it back.
Yeah, how did we get a receiver that wide open down the field? Well, you had to do something to free up the quarterback and get the ball down the field, and somebody was called for holding.
And that'll be something that obviously will get cleaned up during practice and as the season goes on, but those are penalties you cannot afford to have late in season, potential playoff situations, something that they've seen over the years. Can't have it happen again.
1st and 20 for the Hornets. They flip it out to the receiver. Underneath for some yak yardage. Catch and run. That was 2nd and 20, I should say.
Jacavian Burks on the
reception. Jacavian Burks catches the ball and runs forward actually for a nice positive gain. Gets it out to the close to a first down. I mean, it was 2nd and 20 and maybe...
It is a first down.
Good Lord, they gave him a first down. He got 20 yards on that catch and run on a little dump off underneath on the right side. So Burks with his nicest play of the evening.
All right, Mocha turning a long first down for the Huntsville Hornets. Let's keep it going.
And now we've got a kind of a busted play handoff. Adolph's going to sweep it around the left side. He comes and gets hit pretty hard as he gains 5 yards. It was kind of a broken play, and this is something else, Jordan, that needs to be worked on in this coming week going into the Bryan game, is that snap. It seems just to be a little kind of off sometimes to the QB, and he's reaching for the snap instead of it being directly to him.
It looked like an RPO kind of situation, and he decided to take the option. The way he wanted to go, which was to his right, was plugged up. He's like, there's no way I can do this. So he had to adjust last second, dig his ankles into the turf, and switch directions. And he got a decent gain out of it. Now looks like we're going to have a University Heights Baptist Church timeout called by Huntsville.
That is the University Baptist Church timeout. We'll take a break here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network powered by KSAM Sports. Hornets need to make a huge comeback here tonight.
This is BJ McMichael, Minister of Students and Outreach at University Heights Baptist Church and a proud 1993 Hornet graduate. At UHBC, we believe Sunday is game day for your faith. We start at 8 a.m. with our traditional worship. Then both at 9:30 and 11, you have options. Huddle up in a small group or attend contemporary worship. 2 time slots with the same great options. Don't forget about Wednesday nights from 6 to 7:30 Bible studies and programming for every age and stage. If you don't already have a church home, we want to invite you to add church to your weekly game plan. We'll save you a seat. Sting 'em, Hornets.
Frank's Taco Station broadcast, booth in Brenham. Dave Fanucci, Jordan Smith here with you. Coach Mabus's first game for the Hornets. Passing play straight down the field and incomplete. No call as Adolph tries to find Tadarian Harrison again down the left sideline. Harrison was there, went up for the ball, but the defender looked to be a little bit over his back as Rylan Lewis was kind of covering him closely and got away with breaking up the play. So it's 3rd and 6 here for Adolph. Right at the 45. Going to delay handoff to Brown, and he does not have enough room to go anywhere. No. 3rd and 6 play on the delay handoff just did not work that time. And a player for Huntsville still has not gotten up. That is 29 who made the stop there. Mason Sieber, who is saying he's either got cramped up leg or injured his lower leg, but he is down on the field. We'll have to take another timeout here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Where there's a will, there's a way, as the saying goes. But where there's no will, there's absolutely no way your last wishes will be known. You need to get serious about your estate and call Sam Moak at Moak & Moak to get your estate, will, and other documents updated now. Without a will and proper estate plan, the government decides with probate. You've put it off long enough. Sam A. Moak's practice is focused on estate planning, probate, elder law, real estate, and transactional law. Practical wisdom, trusted advice, and personal service. Moak & Moak, attorneys at law.
We're back at the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. 3rd and 6 here for Adolph. Going to pass it to the edge. It's caught. Enough for a first down. Gets it out to 84, C.J. Rogers. And that is a clutch 3rd down throw and catch with 15 seconds to go in the 3rd, Jordan.
Yeah, just a great job there. Again, slipping it right past the defender's hands. Just a perfectly placed spot. Able to get the catch, get the extra yards, and get the Moak & Moak attorneys at law. First down.
And it's a fresh set of downs for the white jerseys here of the Hornets at the 45 of Brenham, trying to score their second touchdown. Adolph breaks through the middle of the field running himself, and he's got it down to the 33. He found a couple holes, and it opened up for him. And he is down to the 33, deeper into Brenham territory. It is going to be a monumental task to come back and win this game, but you need 3 touchdowns to tie, depending on the extra points and conversions. And that is going to do it here, folks, for the Amaya's Collision Center 3rd quarter. The gun sounds on the 3rd. That is it. We're going to flip sides of the field. We will go to the 4th here at the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth at the historic Cub Stadium, opening the season here in Brenham, Texas, on your Hornet Nation broadcast network, powered by KSAM Sports. We go to the 4th.
If you needed major surgery, you probably wouldn't choose a doctor who's never been to medical school. So when your car needs major repairs after a collision, why would you take your car to a body shop that's never been trained? Amaya's Collision Center is among only 15% of collision repair businesses to meet the industry's highest training standards. As a gold class shop, they know the latest repair techniques, how to find hidden damage, and how to repair your car's critical safety features so they work properly again. With the safety of your vehicle and your family at stake, choose trained repair professionals. Choose Amaya's Collision Center at 686 I-45.
And back into the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. A friend of mine in California, Jordan, asked how he could get some Frank's Tacos delivered out there in California. So their food is being advertised well.
Absolutely.
And we headed over to the 4th here, Jordan. I'm going to hand the mic back over to Jordan for the 4th quarter play-by-play call and see what the Hornets can do to try to come back in this one.
Thank you, Dave. Teams rushing back out to the field. Huntsville moving left to right across your radio dials for the Amaya's Collision Center. 4th quarter of play again here in the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth alongside me, Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith. We got 3 receivers to the left side of the line of scrimmage and a lone running back next to Adolph in the backfield. Now a tight end lining up just off the left edge of the line of scrimmage as well. Shotgun snap. Looking around for options. Adolph will run it up the gut himself. Goes to the right. Thought about throwing. And now tuck it in. And gets thrown down to the turf. It'll be a loss of, I believe, 1 on the play. Should be 2nd down and 11, I believe, coming up.
You know, Adolph, I don't know, like you said in the first half, he's running quite a bit tonight, and then he gets up right there and kind of gingerly walks back to the huddle area, and it's the right lower leg that I'm noticing, Jordan, that is not maybe 100%.
Shotgun snap ready for Adolph. Here it is. Looking around. Doesn't throw the ball as a design quarterback sneak up the gut. Gets right around the 30. They'll call it the 31 on the Brenham side of the 50. It'll be 3rd and not as manageable, about 3rd and 8 coming up here for the Huntsville Hornets offensively as they just try to get a score. All you got to do is get one score. The game's not over yet. Yes, you're down by 3 touchdowns. It's not over yet. You still have the entire 4th quarter. Trust me. I think you and I, Dave, have seen a thing or two in high school football. It ain't over until the 000s hit the clock.
That's right, buddy.
Shotgun formation, 3 receivers to the left side of the line of scrimmage. Thought about running. Well, now throw over the top. It's deflected down. And an incomplete pass deflected by the defensive lineman for the Brenham Cubs. Looks to be that of Wyatt Stokes, the junior. And the Huntsville offense staying on the field. Looks like they're going to go for it here early in the 4th.
4th and 9. I don't know much choice you have. They've been outscored 27 points since they scored their touchdown. So you've got to do everything you can here to keep the ball in your possession and try to continue this drive. If they don't make it, you're on the Brenham 30.
Just out of field goal range, so they have to go for it. Shotgun snap, looking around for an option, rolling to his right is Adolph, slinging it for the end zone. The basket catch for the touchdown, but they say incomplete. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? It was a breadbasket catch made by Marcus Lewis, the senior wideout. And instead, it goes to a turnover on downs, as they say. He did not get down in bounds in time. And Huntsville went from getting a touchdown, which looked pretty plain and clear, to now a turnover on downs.
I'm not sure if he caught it and didn't stay in bounds or didn't catch the ball.
Yeah, looking at our live stream on our computers here, looks like he pretty much caught it and then slid out of bounds with it.
Well, you only got to have 1 foot in bounds, right? I mean,
and he had a whole entire hip.
Yeah, he was whole entire hip. I don't know if that was, maybe it was bobbled. When I saw him stand up, the ball was not in his possession, so maybe he lost it.
Meanwhile, Brenham gets a huge gain off the right side of the line of scrimmage on the carry. C.J. Glover, who has been an absolute monster out of the backfield here tonight for the Brenham Cubs. And a new set of downs, 1st and 10. Right at midfield. Of course, all Brenham has to do at this point is bleed the clock.
That's
right. You have the 3-touchdown lead. All they're going to try to do is bleed the clock and get out of here safely with a victory in the ball game here today.
And they're going to take all the way, they're going to bleed that play clock all the way down to 3 almost every play. You know they will.
Now this one, they went ahead and did the timeout because it was going down to the last second. And they, I don't think, have their formation set in time. So it would have been a delay game. But obviously, again, game not over yet. 9:39 left to go in this one here in the Amayas Collision Center, 4th quarter of play. 27-6 a score. Brenham leads Huntsville. And, of course, that one, after that timeout, only 1 timeout remaining for the Brenham Cubs. While we got a second, let's thank some more of our wonderful sponsors that make these broadcasts possible.
Heritage Oak Funeral Home, where heritage meets home, your hometown funeral home. And, of course, Frank's Taco Station. I can't wait to have some of those next time I'm up in Brenham, Jordan. I'm all over that. In Riverside, though, Country Kitchen, tacos, and more. And I'll be stopping by there next time I'm up at KSAM. I'll be hitting that for lunch. Nelson's Amaya's Collision Center. Honest work, quality service, and, of course, Murray Insurance and Financial Services, an agency you can trust. University Heights Baptist Church, want to thank them, as well as the Huntsville Independent School District.
So here comes Brenham back out onto the field. A tight formation, low receivers to each side of the line of scrimmage. And a handoff, as you expect at this point in the ball game, to Glover. Bouncing off wimpy tacklers on the right side like it's whack-a-mole.
Yeah, and of course, run plays keep the clock going. Pass plays stop it. So you got to imagine they're going to continue to run, but we've got another player down on the field here for Brenham.
The run went all the way down to the 45-yard line for Brenham. So second down and 5 coming up. Don't forget, coming up after this one is concluded the AB Squared Self-Storage Post-Game Wrap-Up. We'll recap the second half of play. We'll look at the player of the game and look ahead to what's next on the Huntsville schedule and wrap things up from Brenham, Texas. Again, all that coming up on the AB Squared Self-Storage Post-Game Wrap-Up here in Brenham as the injured player out on the field is that of Dawson Moran, the junior offensive lineman. He gets up, though, under his own power, so a good sign to see as well. Teams making their way back out towards midfield. Some of the fans have started to try to beat the traffic a little bit, especially on the Brenham side, as you could imagine, with how stacked that parking lot is over there.
Yeah. But we still got 9:25 to play. Huntsville's going to have a heck of a time getting back in this game, even to make it a one-possession score. I thought it would be at halftime. I thought it would remain that way, but I was mistaken. Brenham has come out here and played a great second half.
Yeah, they made a lot of adjustments that helped them out. Here's a handoff to Glover. Left side as he changes direction. Flag on the play as he passes first down and then some, crossing the 30. And going out of bounds at about the 29, but I don't think it's going to matter because I think it's a holding on the offensive line. And there you go, official confirmation.
During the run, we have a hold on the green. 10-yard penalty from the spotted foul. P10-1.
Ball's coming back across the 50. 49-yard line is where the Cubs will set up. It's 2nd and 11. You know, Hartstock has played a pretty solid game for game number 1 out here for the evening. His team, he's thrown 1 pick. That was his only mistake.
Fake handoff, throw to the outside, catch is made, and there's the seam. Over the middle of the field, Hornets falling 10-5 and a touchdown of 51 yards for what looks like Chris Guidry, the guy that we talked about and had a big first half of the ball game, now comes in with what could potentially be the icing on the cake here in this one.
Yeah, that pretty much does it, even though it was almost out of hand before that. We're talking about a 34-point, unanswered total here for Brenham tonight here, Jordan. Unexpected, really, out of the Huntsville team. I think people were excited, like you had mentioned in the pregame. So coach of this program has built a historic sort of program. Decides to leave. Rodney Southern. New coach comes in, a great atmosphere, just a huge community presence for this Huntsville Hornet team. And wanted to see what the new infusion would be like. And it just hasn't materialized for the Hornets here tonight. Not to say that you can't learn a whole heck of a lot out of this. What do you learn more from, winning or losing, Jordan? You learn a heck of a lot more when you lose.
You absolutely learn more when you lose.
There's no doubt about it. It's just like anything in life. If how many times do you, when you learn lessons in life when you make mistakes, right? Mm-hmm. They're going to take this, they're going to go look at it on film, and they're going to be ready for Brian next week, to do some things. And believe me, all these kids down here, they didn't want to come over here to Brenham tonight and lose 34-6. I think they, on opening night, if you lose by a touchdown or something late happens and you lose the game, that's one thing. 34-6 is a little bit different. You got a lot more to talk about on the bus ride home.
Exactly, and the other thing too with that is obviously if Huntsville's not able to make the comeback and pull off the miracle win this game, it's going to be a tough bus ride back because you want to start off the season on a high note. As here comes the kickoff from Diana K. Bard, State Farm Insurance. Gets a seam on the left side. Gets pushed out right around the 24-yard line. And now a flag late, as I think they're going to get him for a hit late out of bounds. And so Huntsville will get a few extra yards on the kickoff here. 34-6 a score, 8:47 left to go in the Amaya Collision Center, fourth quarter of play.
Late hit out of bounds. On the green, 15-yard penalties from the end of the run. First down.
So the games 1 and 2 are learning lessons, and you're going to figure out what your deal is. But really, game 1 is game 1 of district. So that's what you're getting ready for. That's Cedar Park in 2 weeks. So, you're going to get ready to go play Brent Bryan next week and do the best you can to win that game. But actually, game 1 is Cedar Park. And that's where, lots of teams have started off the season 0-2 or 1-1 and gone on to make a postseason run.
Mm-hmm.
So, you learn and you figure out what you got.
Shotgun snap looking deep. Adolph gunslings over the middle and incomplete. Almost intercepted by Quincy Adams, the junior defensive back. But they say it bounced off the ground and did not breadbasket catch it.
Yeah, looked like a trap. He went down to get it. He probably rolled around on the ground with it. He caught it as a trap. No good.
Now 2 receivers to each side of the line of scrimmage for Huntsville. A 2-safety formation for Brenham. Shotgun snap. Adolph will have to screen to his left. He'll run it instead. And skips his way to about the 45-yard line. Should be good for a 2nd down and 4 coming up, depending on where they spot it. They'll actually bring it to the 44, so it's 3rd down and 5.
Brenham going to play a soft defense here. They're up by 30. They're up by 28. So, they're going to play a relaxed D, kind of get some guys off the line, make sure they keep the plays in front of them, in front of their eyeballs, and don't let anything crazy happen. So this is actually an opportunity for Huntsville's offense to figure out what to do against that kind of D.
Trying to float one to the sideline, but will just have to throw it out of bounds.
Threw it away.
Didn't have an option, looked like downfield. And now Adolph trying to argue with the referees about something. Not exactly sure what. Either way, that stops the clock. 4th down and 5 now coming up. And, of course, Huntsville's going to go for it with what could be their last-ditch effort in this ball game. Quick substitution made. Marcus Lewis will come out. Landon Fisher, the junior receiver, will step in as a wideout.
You got a whistle.
Whistle, and I believe a timeout. Let's see.
Before the snap, delay game.
Delay game.
5-yard penalty.
So a flag on Huntsville will back him up, and now it becomes 4th and 10. They're still going to go for it, being down by 4 scores, but
yeah, you can't punt the ball away. I mean,
at that point, you're almost saying
you're
we're going for next week.
Yeah, you're working on offense. I mean, it's an extra play to try to convert. I mean, it's 4th and 5. It's an opportunity. Hey, can we convert a 4th and 5 play?
In the shotgun, 3 receivers to the right side of the line of scrimmage. Adolph is hit immediately.
Well, that
going
was
right through the offensive line on the sack. The turnover on downs. The junior defensive lineman Owen Robinson gets the turnover, and that might do it for us here in the ball game.
Something happened there, Jordan. The offensive line just missed like 2 guys coming straight through and just did almost untouched to get to Adolph there. He had no chance.
8:07 left to go in the ball game here in the Amias Collision Center, fourth quarter of play. Turnover on downs, and now Brenham will look to just try to pad the scoreboard even more at this point. Huntsville trying to stop him, get a big turnover if you can, though.
Well, I mean, I think they're going to really try to run the ball as much as they can, even though they only need another 20-something yards. But, you know, you can just keep running this clock as much as you possibly can now.
And speaking of which, they do that, in fact, with the running back. However, they do it with a guy who's not on the roster.
What was the number?
Number 10. That is not on our roster. So,
not listed.
We'll call him backup running back. How about that?
Backup running back 10 was in there. Yeah, that's different. Yeah, he's out there on the field. There's no number 10, and he's running it again.
Same play once again to the right side on the handoff, and he stretches his way past the 15, enough for a first down.
No number
down to the
10.
14. Well, we got a moment.
And we've got a Hornet down.
Wow.
40. Hornet down on the field.
While we have a moment, let's take a look at the Hornets schedule report, which is brought to you by Heritage Oak Funeral Home. Take a look at what they got coming up next.
I'll be at Brenham next week, Jordan, to cover that game as well. 7 o'clock from Bryan, Texas. That's another 5A matchup, non-district, in a little town outside of College Station. Even closer to Huntsville, I believe, isn't it? Than this?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit closer. Yeah. Right outside of College Station. I'll have that game for you right here on the Hornets Radio Network and powered by KSAM. But they go next week, Friday night at Bryan, and then it's, like we mentioned, that's week 1 after that. Cedar Park, that's when the ball game shows up, and you've got your district schedule. Cedar Park at home to kick off the season. That's the night everybody's going to be out and fired up. You also come out after that with a game against West Fork.
The actual district opener, yep.
Okay, I thought Cedar Park was.
No.
All right, so Cedar Park's that's way up
Cedar
in
Park is
north,
is the final non-district.
Okay, that's a non-district, but that's a big-time game.
Exactly, because of the opponent.
And then you open district with West Fork at home. You go to Port Neches Groves. That's a massive task.
A hostile environment.
Hostile environment. Always a perennial powerhouse, good program. At home against Montgomery is no easy task. You go to Dayton. That's never easy, is it? It's not it's okay. Lake Creek at home. Nederland at home. And then the last game regular season this year, I'll be at Splendora for the last road game.
Again, there's your schedule report brought to you by Heritage Oak Funeral Home. Teams back out onto the field now, shotgun formation.
Milking the play clock, but
I think it just took a false start.
It's also it's 23 running Wildcat plays back there on defense for them, and that's wild, Jordan. On the roster, there's no 23 or 10.
So, number 10, we got a name. His name is Trey Taylor. I want to thank Colton Foster at the Huntsville Item for getting that name for us.
Okay.
Trey Taylor for number 10.
Well, we've got 23 out there, and he's not on a roster either. And he's running point. Because Hartstack's not out there anymore.
No, and no reason for him to be out there.
Or Glover, he's not out there either. So you got 23 and 10, and they're direct snapping it to 23. Somebody jumped.
Snap, hand out to Taylor. He's stuffed in the backfield. Back all the way to what looks to be maybe the 22-yard line. We'll see where they officially spot it here. Looks, in fact, like the 22-yard line, so a loss of a few more Brings it to second down and too long for the Brenham Cubs. 2nd and 17 to be exact. 6:19 left to go in the ball game. Brenham leads 34-6 over your Huntsville Hornets and are looking to extend. Shotgun snap once again. Handoff to Taylor once again. Over the left side, couple juke moves inside the 10 and brought down at about the 8, maybe the 7. So a big gain there on that play. Right around 20 yards or just under to get him inside the 10-yard line in a goal-to-go situation now for the Brenham Cubs. We'll try once again a high snap this time. Fake handoff to Taylor. An incomplete pass to the intended target on the coverage. Trey Scott the third, it looks like, and did a little hip check, if you will, to the intended target on the play. I believe that's Nate Rao, the sophomore wide receiver in the ball game. In fact, it was the intended target on the play on that crossing route. 5:16 now left to go in the ball game here in this Amaya Collision Center fourth quarter of action. Again, shotgun snap, but before that, I believe a false start.
Before the snap, ball start.
Brenham just trying to do everything they can to get to the end of this clock situation with 5:15 to go. I'm sure Huntsville and Coach Mavis is fine with that as well. I mean, the game's decided, and you don't need it to be any worse than it is. Probably try to like to keep them out of the end zone here, not lose 41-6. So, fourth down play.
Going to the corner of the end zone. They say incomplete. Everybody freaking out on the Brenham side. But an incomplete pass.
It was
Scott
close.
on the coverage. And it's a turnover on downs. And Huntsville will get possession.
Whoever 23 is, the quarterback, he lofted it towards a kind of a jump ball situation to the receiver out there, and then one man-to-man coverage just kind of jump up and get it, and he did come down with it, but I don't think he got a foot in bounds. So they're going to turn it over on downs, and Huntsville will take over. Still down 34-6.
We'll see who comes
See who
out.
even comes out there to do anything for Coach Mavis's squad. It is Brown still out there.
Looks like they still have all the
as
starters
well as
back out.
Adolph. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've got to keep practicing.
So Adolph in the shotgun. The drive will start for Huntsville at their own 13-yard line. Handoff Brown looking to go right. Instead, he'll change direction, go left. Either way, he's swallowed up in the backfield of the 10-yard line. Loss of 3 on the play. 2nd and 13 coming up as the clock continues to wind down. Just under 5 minutes left to go in the ball game. Brenham leads 34-6 over Huntsville.
I'd be interested to see the numbers in this game, Jordan, afterwards, the stats. I don't know where we get that or where you'd like to look that stuff up. I'd see how many yards has Brown run for tonight? It's hard to estimate. We're not able to really sort of jot anything down here in the press box while we're doing the game, but I don't know if he's at 100 or over it.
Handoff, Brown to the right side. Can't get much. In fact, I think he just gets back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it.
He's
to
had
the
a couple.
10-yard line.
He's had a couple of nice ones, a 25-yarder, a 30-yarder. I want to say he's got to be close to the 100-yard mark. I want to say, you know what, Glover on the other side may have outrushed him tonight. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
he probably hit 200.
Glover had a heck of a game. We didn't know who he was in the pregame. Remember, we said, hey, they lost Dixon. They don't. Nobody knows who this runner is for them, and he turned out to be a pretty good replacement for Dixon.
Shotgun snap, Adolph looking around, has pressure right in his face, so he has to run up the gut. Gets all the way down to the 20 on a big run for Adolph, but it's still short of the first down marker. It'll be 4th and short coming up for the Hornets as they go for it here. Looking towards the sideline. By the way, an official count, 84 rushing yards for Brown.
We do have some statisticians listening in. Great. Yeah, I knew he was
Adolph
kinda
keeps
close.
it himself to the left side. First down and a whole lot more. Past the 30, down to the 31-yard line. Another Mocha attorneys at law. First down for the Huntsville Hornets to keep the drive alive.
You know, and I bet Adolph is close to that number or even more as far as running the ball himself. He's had some big clutch runs and some chunk plays.
3 minutes just under left to go in this one. 34-6 is the score. Huntsville just trying to get one more positive drive to end on a high note. Adolph pump fakes to his right after the shotgun snap. Will now just throw it away into no man's land and goes a few players deep into the sideline on the Huntsville side of the field. He'll stop the clock. 2:42 left to go in this one. 34-6 is the score. 2nd and 10 coming up.
Adolph's pass is complete to number 5, Trayshawn Brown. He was tackled by number 6, Brandon Kelly.
Back here in Brenham, as during the impromptu break, there was a big run by Brown to the outside. And was able to get another Mocha attorneys at law first down to the 43-yard line. So Huntsville drive keeps going here just before the 2-minute warning. Quick screen pass over the head of the intended target and Jacavian Burks.
Frustrating night for the Hornets. I'm sure you can see them kind of dejected on the sideline here. This was a ball game at halftime, Jordan. It's the second half that changed things. Third quarter primarily. At the half, they were in this ball game, and they were getting the ball first down a touchdown. So, you know, what did they do at the half that sort of didn't allow them to come out and play their best the second half?
Takes a handoff, does Adolph on the shotgun snap, but gets the pass across midfield. Intended receiver, the one who made the catch, to Darian Harrison, the junior at wideout. And the, I believe, 2-minute warning has come to a head. Yes, it has. We will take that break with them. 34-6 the score. 2 minutes left to go in this ball game. We'll be back for the final 120 seconds of play after this. You're on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Wiesner Chevrolet in Huntsville has immediate openings for service technicians, body shop, and sales consultants. Service technicians that are ASC certified are preferred but not required. Looking for a great career? Wiesner Huntsville is looking for service technicians, body shop, and sales consultants, and complete benefits are included. So go by today and apply. Take exit 116 on I-45 North and go past 11th Street in Huntsville. Wiesner Chevrolet in Huntsville is hiring.
Back here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports, live from the Frank's Taco Station broadcast booth. Alongside me is Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith. As we wind down the final 2 minutes of the Amaya's Collision Center, fourth quarter of play. It's not pretty for your Huntsville Hornets. 34-6 the score. They trail against the Brenham Cubs. They're just looking to get a final good drive in this ball game as a throw to the left side is out wide to the intended target in Harrison, the junior wideout. Makes it 4th down and 2 coming up for Huntsville. They're going to go for it again as they are currently on the Brenham 49-yard line, moving left to right across your radio dials. Again, I want to thank everybody who is tuned in on the YouTube broadcast. Of course, our 5th year of bringing you the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network on YouTube. 3rd year under the KSAM brand. As this one handoff, actually he'll keep it himself, laid off. He'll run up the gut, get enough for a 1st down, and then some. Another Mocha attorneys at law. 1st down for the Huntsville Hornets.
Crowd starting to head to the aisles here, Jordan, as Brenham will look to improve to 1-0 this year. Hornets, of course, will be 0-1 heading up to Bryan next weekend. With the good news, football's back.
Football is indeed back. 3 receivers to the right side of the line of scrimmage. Adolph, shotgun snap. Looking around for options. Will float it. Trying to get to a receiver down the field, but cannot hit Marcus Lewis as it falls short for the senior wideout. And it's 2nd and 10 on the Brenham 43-yard line. Minute 24 left to go in the ballgame. 34-6 is the score. Huntsville just trying to get one more score in there before we say sayonara from Brenham. Adolph taking his time. That gets a shotgun snap. Looking around at the refuse steps back. Gets his pass to the right side. Catch is made. 1st down and just a hair more for the intended target. And K.J. Betts, a sophomore wideout, gets another Mocha attorneys at law 1st down. Now inside the 30-yard line, down to the 28 is Huntsville as they continue to try and get at least one more score up on the board in today's ball game. Taking plenty of time here in this one. Remember, under the 2 minutes, when a 1st down happens, they stop the clock, just like they do in college and the NFL. Now here's a break on the seam for the outside and a touchdown. The sophomore wideout, K.J. Betts, gets a 2nd touchdown of the ball game for the Huntsville Hornets. And they can end their final offensive drive of the ball game on a high note and get to double digits on the night.
Well, that's good to see. Hornets go all the way down the field here, sort of in garbage time. But K.J. Betts gets into the end zone on a pass play, which is a positive to end this ball game. It's going to be a 34-13 final pending this extra point kick. But feels a little bit, I don't know, as a maybe slightly better than, 34-6. And the extra point is kicked and through as a positive, so that's good as well to see. As the Hornets come through with 1:07 to go. Betts with the touchdown catch and run. He kind of caught it on the sideline, and the receiver tried to go after him to push him out of bounds and missed, and then he just kept running up the sideline into the end zone.
Huntsville splitting the uprights, brought to you by Nelson Amaya's Collision Center. Again, getting ready for the matchup next week. Dave Fanucci will be back with you on the call at Bryan next week. 7 p.m. kickoff, 6:15 pregame, right here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports, 101.7 KSAM-FM, the KSAM mobile app, and, of course, on our YouTube channel with our Hornet Vision broadcast. Again, kicking off year number 5 of the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network.
And both teams, Jordan, will be 0-1, looking up the final score here tonight. Magnolia West 20, Bryan 13 is a final score. So Bryan will be 0-1 as well when the Hornets head up there for that ball game next Friday night. We'll be live right here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network.
Somebody will come out the outskirts of Maroon Land, as I call it, with a victory and their first one on the season. Who will it be? Tune in if you can. We'd love for you to come out to the game and pack out the stands in the green and white. But if you can't, we'd love for you to tune in. Teams return
or
to the
watch
field
on
here.
on the YouTube channel. Watch on the YouTube channel.
Teams returning out to the field here for another Diana K. Barnes State Farm Insurance kickoff for Huntsville. It will be the final kickoff of the contest here today, as it'll just be a couple knees from Brenham to send this one out after they get possession once again, with only 1:07 left to go and being up by 21 points, 34-13, the score here in Brenham. Kulak with a little pooch kick on a squib. Fair catch is called right about the 33, 34. We'll see where they officially mark it. But a couple knees will just about do it here in Brenham today.
Lots of stuff on film for Coach Mabus to figure out here tonight as he heads back to Huntsville, and they'll take a look at this, I'm sure, all day tomorrow and into the weekend. Happy Labor Day weekend to everybody.
Yeah, hopefully you get off for Monday. I would assume most people do. But if not, apologies. If you do, enjoy it.
Right. A little extra weekend.
Right.
But tomorrow's going to be an exciting day if you're a college football fan. Big time
Absolutely.
college football all over the nation, including, of course, the Texas-Ohio State game everyone's looking forward to seeing.
It'll be a great day because of the return of college football, but it'll also be a sad day because it'll be the final day of Lee Corso at College Game Day.
That's true.
It's going to be a sad one for sure. I will say, though, if he doesn't pick Ohio State to win the game, I feel like that's a criminal way to go out. Not pick the same headgear you picked your first one for.
And there's the knee.
Second knee. And
That's
that will
gonna
wind
do
out
it.
the clock. And the final score for tonight's contest. The Brenham Cubs open the 2025 regular season with the victory over your Huntsville Hornets. 34-13 is the final score. We'll take a quick break. And when we come back, the AB Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up. We'll recap the second half of action, give you our player of the game, and look ahead to what's next, and say sayonara from Brenham, Texas. Back after this on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
Growing your business is challenging. Do what successful Walker County businesses do. Advertise on the radio. Hello, this is Tim Johnson, General Manager of the station. Radio is an efficient way to reach hardworking residents in need of your services. Just listen and you'll hear hundreds of local businesses growing every day. Let's get you started. Send an email to info@hehradio.com. We make it easy to grow your bottom line. That's info@hehradio.com.
This is Cicely again with Hartfield Florist. In business for over 50 years, at Hartfield's we strive to meet all your floral needs every day. From birthdays and anniversaries to weddings and other special occasions, we can bring your vision to life and customize your unique request. Give us a call at 295-5448 or visit us online at HuntsvilleHartfieldFlorist.com. The Pierce family and everyone at Hartfield's wants to say thank you for allowing us to personalize your events just like we've been doing since 1957.
Hi, I'm Michael Murray with Murray Insurance and Financial Services. Our family agency has been representing the Huntsville and Walker County area since the 1930s. We can help you prepare for your future with your financial planning needs, along with the unexpected with life, health, long-term care, and disability insurance needs. Please give us a call at 1-800-695-LIFE. Our email is mike@murrayservices.net. Eat 'em up, cat.
Kids have projects to finish, lessons to watch, and homework to turn in. Parents have rules to set. With Mid-South Fiber, your household gets the best of both worlds. Get safe, blazing fast internet with parental control tools to limit screen time, block distracting sites, and keep your kids on track. This school year, enjoy peace of mind with smart online time. Mid-South Fiber, where school ready meets parent approved. Visit midsouthfiber.com to get started.
Start your next adventure in an all-new 2025 Ford Expedition from Bill Fick Ford in Huntsville. Designed with meticulous attention and versatility, along with the spacious interiors families need for their busy lifestyles, makes the 2025 Ford Expedition the perfect vehicle. Its all-new multifunction Ford Splitgate allows easy access to the cargo area for larger items like kayaks or lumber. Hurry in today for a no-bull deal or shop online at BillFickFordHuntsville.com.
Proud supporter of Huntsville High School, Danny Doherty State Farm in Huntsville covers all your business, auto, home, life, and renter's insurance needs. Call or stop by the office and get a quote today. They will find the right policy to fit your needs. Call Danny Doherty State Farm Insurance at 936-295-2067. That's 936-295-2067. Or visit them at 2914 Montgomery Road in Huntsville.
Exceeding all expectations for 3 generations. You can call us day or night. McWilliams, we're the ones you trust, so count on us to come out and fix things right. When your plumbing is slow or your AC goes, we've got the best service round by far. Visit callmcwilliams.com. McWilliams, we're not comfortable until you are.
Welcome to the Huntsville Hornets High School Football Postgame Show.
Back here in Brenham, Texas for the AB Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up. Your Huntsville Hornets take a tough defeat tonight, 34-13, the final score, as they fall to the Brenham Cubs. Alongside me, Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith. Dave, we've kind of already recapped, so we don't need to harp on it much more, but I guess just kind of final recap thought about just the game in general, some positives, some things to work on, so on and so forth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, there were lots of things that I saw that Huntsville does well. I think just tonight, Brenham kind of got a little bit of momentum on a couple of bad plays at near the end of the first half, and then carried it over into the second half, and Huntsville just couldn't kind of catch up. They do need to work on some things offensively to try to move the ball and create a little bit of separation besides what they're doing with handing the ball off to Brown. He's the star guy for sure. He had a nice night. Adolph, I think, looked a little rusty. He's a sophomore quarterback. It's not like he's played tons of varsity action. But he's going to get better as the season improves and season goes on. I think you've got the 3 games before district starts, and he'll get better by week 4 for sure. So, things to build on. Lots of positive things for the Hornets that I saw. Defensively, great against the run. Need a little work against the pass. Made some mistakes on some penalties and things that hurt them. But they were in this football game at the half. 34-13 doesn't really do it justice, Jordan. I think it was a closer game than that for 3/4 of the night.
I think it was just more
and then
about
it just got out of
adjustments,
it. It got out of hand. Yeah. So, lots of positives. But hey, it's week 1, and I'm sure all the guys are excited because now you go into next week, you don't have any of those butterflies. They got a bunch of hits out there. Now we're into the season.
Right.
Let's go out and play some ball.
Finally win against somebody else.
Yeah, let's go out and play some ball. Let's start hit somebody else. So, again, like we talked about in the pregame, it's week 1. It's really actually sort of exhibition. What are we doing week? That's what we're doing out here this week.
Take a quick break. When we come back, we will bring you the player of the game, brought to you by Wiesner of Huntsville. Back to the AB Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up after this here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
AB Squared Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need, big or small. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they have it all. AB Squared Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com.
Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up. Once again, your final score. Brenham defeats Huntsville 34-13 to open the 2025 season. Alongside me, Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith. And we take a look at player of the game, and I feel like there's a couple of nominees. On the offensive side, I feel like it's a pretty easy choice in Brown. Trayshawn Brown leading the charge offensively, and really being able to keep the offense balanced for the Huntsville offense. And then on the defensive side, coach's kid.
Yeah.
He had some really, really good coverage in the secondary, especially on some deep plays. Those are the big ones, the deep plays when it's true one-on-one battle when you're 40 yards down the field, being able to keep up with receivers. I feel like he had a good game as well.
He stood out to me. Trey Scott III made some nice plays, but he also made a couple of mistakes with the penalties. And also on the defensive side, it stood out to me with them three big guys up front in the middle. They had nice nights, numerous tackles. They're tough to get anything going against. Those guys are stout. So you can't, to me they were sort of, it was hard to determine which one was better than the other. I think they were all very complimentary against one another. Good players. Big guys can make stops, make tackles, not going to let a lot go through there. I like those guys a lot. And like you said, Mavis in the playing safety out there in center field, and Trey Scott III on defense. Brown on offense was stellar. Adolph has some work to do, and they're gonna get it. They're gonna get it better. So, but hey, I enjoyed it, Jordan. Appreciate you having me, and this was a fun time tonight. It's always fun to be out here on opening night of Friday Night Lights and see the action and the atmosphere, the camaraderie, the excitement, the pomp and circumstance, the cheerleaders, the bands, the fans, the hot dogs, the drinks. Everything. Everybody's out here having a good time, and it's Friday Night Lights again, man. There's nothing better than Friday Night Lights in Texas.
No one does it better than the Lone Star State. That is for sure. Those are your players of the game, brought to you by Wiesner of Huntsville. We'll take one more break, and when we come back, we'll look ahead to next week, the matchup against Bryan, and we'll sign things off from Brenham, Texas. It's the AB Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up here on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, powered by KSAM Sports.
AB Squared Self-Storage is your local go-to self-storage facility that can help give you the extra space you need, big or small. From non-climate and climate-controlled storage to parking spaces for your car, boat, trailer, and RV, they have it all. AB Squared Self-Storage has 24-hour computerized gate access, around-the-clock security camera monitoring, no long-term lease commitment, and convenient payment options. Give them a call today at 936-755-5000 or reserve your space online at www.ab2selfstorage.com.
Back here on the AB Squared Self-Storage post-game wrap-up as we go ahead and wrap things up. We look ahead to next week, the matchup against the Bryan Vikings just down the road on Highway 6 as you head to the outskirts of Aggie Land in Bryan for a 7 p.m. kickoff next Friday night. Of course, as Dave said, he'll be on the call for that action in Week 2 of the high school football season. Should be a good matchup, as it usually is out there in Bryan every
Have you ever been out to that facility, or how's that?
Very nice facility.
Good?
Very nice facility.
All right, great. Well, I'm looking forward to it and seeing what kind of improvements the Hornets put out there this week on practice. I'm sure they're not getting Monday off, so they'll be out there working around on some stuff on Labor Day. So see what they can improve on.
And, of course, after that, the final non-district matchup against Cedar Park. That one, again, a 7 p.m. kick. And, of course, you can find all of that online as well. And, of course, stay tuned to all of our social media pages to see about broadcast information, game information, everything like that. And then, of course, don't forget the Hornet Nation Coaches Show every single Monday, live from Chick-fil-A in Huntsville, where you can catch up with Carlos, Bryan, and all the representatives of Huntsville High School Hornets football. That does it for us here from Brenham, Texas. Again, the final score, the Brenham Cubs defeat the Huntsville Hornets 34-13. This broadcast is the copyrighted broadcast for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of 101.7 KSAM, the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network, and Huntsville ISD Athletics is strictly prohibited. For our entire cast and crew Here tonight, Heather on the camera, Justin running the dials of 1s and 2s, back at the station as well. Everybody taking care of things on the FM side from our broadcast partner in Dave Fanucci. My name is Jordan Smith saying so long, have a great night, have a great Labor Day weekend, be safe out there, get some extra sleep because Lord knows we all need that extra nap or two this weekend to catch up. So long and see you later from Brenham, Texas. Now back to the dials and your hometown radio station, 101.7 KSAM.
This has been the AB Squared Self-Storage Hornets High School Football Postgame Show on KSAM.
School sports are played by humans, coached by humans, and officiated by humans. So the next time you're sitting in the stands at a school athletic event, please remember this and maintain your humanity, especially when it comes to judging and critiquing athletes, coaches, and officials. Please show your fellow humans some respect. They'll appreciate your empathy.
This message presented by the UIL and the Texas High School Athletic Directors Association.
KSAM Sports Hornets High School Football on the Hornet Nation Broadcast Network has been proudly sponsored by Charlie's Used Cars, Heritage Oak Funeral Home, Amaya's Collision, Diana K. Barnes State Farm, Northside Baptist Church, AB Squared Self-Storage, Murray Insurance and Financial Services, Moken